And then we're going to start with our first conversation here today. It's going to be an informal in and out, people coming in and people moving out, and session today. So don't feel like you're locked into your seats for all parts. A couple important things. If anybody is parked on this side, apparently the no parking is still in session for winter. The side closest to the building. So yeah, this side is still no parking, unfortunately. So so anyway, there's that. Also bathrooms. Yes. Nope. Everything's going to be here. All the conversations will be here. Except next door, we'll have when we have breaks and stuff, we'll have food and other things in there. So yep, everything will be right here. Okay. So anyway, anybody needs restrooms, that's down the hall. If you signed up for the light lunch that we have that happening at 12:30 today. We're going to have a couple giveaways in the morning and the afternoon. We have the live stream that's going. So welcome to our live stream audience as well at firstunitarian.org/live. So we're going to have a lot of different parts to today, and I'm going to be pretty minimal for this one. I want to just thank our first conversation panelists here. We've got Crystal from our office, Representative Agbaje, who has had a very busy year and week especially. Very happy to have her here. And Reverend Kelli Clement, who's part of the community here that I am also part of. Do you want to just say a couple things, Rev Kelli?
Thank you, Mickey. I want to just say good morning, good morning. I'm the Reverend Kelli Clement. I use she, her pronouns. And I just want to say welcome here to First Unitarian Society. We are delighted to have you in our space, to look out the beautiful windows. We know that if you're looking out the windows, you're still listening to whatever's going on. That happens on Sunday mornings as well. I'll tell you that what I'm especially proud of is that every restroom in the building is gender neutral. And so you should just make yourselves at home here in whatever ways make sense for you. So we're always glad to host the Women's Press event and glad to count Mickey among our congregation here. So thank you.
Super. So yeah, I'm the publisher and editor of Minnesota Women's Press, and then last year we founded the Changemakers Alliance, which is designed to basically lift our stories off the page, because it's all well and good to be able to talk about what the issues are, but we also have to be able to come together in a way that we have amazing people, amazing insights on our pages. The idea of today in particular is to bring some of those people together here so that we can connect and we can converse, and we can, and Jacob's coming. Good, okay. So that we can connect about solutions and action steps that come from those stories. So Minnesota Women's Press and Changemakers Alliance is very excited to be able to bring people together today for this conversation, and because we know that it's in bringing the voices together that we can actually make lasting change. Everything that we do today is being recorded and live streamed, and we are sharing it with a statewide audience. So with that said, just that little bit, kicking off our superpower is the fact that we're conveners of great insights and great minds and powerful people. And that's what today's first conversation about reproductive justice is all about. So Crystal, who's our new outreach director, is going to lead off the conversation. And it's just a nice conversation with big ramifications around reproductive justice. Thanks.
Thank you, Mickey. Hello, Kelli. Good morning, Representative Agbaje. How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
Yeah, glad to be here.
Good. I am very excited to meet you all, to welcome you all into this space. And this is a space that's new to me, so thanks, Kelli, for being a gracious host. And we're just going to get right into it because there are a lot of questions. If we get through all of them, that's fantastic. I also want to encourage people, we can have time for questions and answers at the end. And, if there's something that's just burning, feel free to put your hand up and I will be paying attention, and we can certainly address that as we kind of go and flow. So we'll just do that. So the very first question, and kind of things that are on the list to be addressed today. And the very first one is, what does the Reproductive Freedom Defense Act prohibit, protect, and support?
Well, thank you so much, Crystal. Again, thank you to everyone. I'm really glad to be here, and I'm glad we're having this discussion. So the Reproductive Freedom Defense Act is basically a shield law for Minnesotans, and it protects Minnesota patients and Minnesota healthcare providers from laws in other states that are trying to kind of reach into not their jurisdiction to prosecute, criminalize people for receiving reproductive health care, up to and including abortion. So what we've done in Minnesota, which is similar to a couple of other states, is say that if you're a patient and you come to Minnesota and you receive reproductive health care in Minnesota, your records cannot be subpoenaed for crime or civil action solely because of reproductive health care. Similarly, if you're a provider, especially we know that there are providers who are leaving states like Texas and Missouri. If you decide you want to come and practice in Minnesota, your license won't be denied if for some reason there's something on your record that says you provided an abortion in a state where abortion is criminalized. Same if you're a physician's assistant or a nurse. And then we also have pieces of the bill, or of the law, well, no, still a bill, Senate still has to pass it, but pieces of the bill that say that you also can't be extradited back to another state solely because of the reason that you provided reproductive health care in Minnesota. And so what it's saying is that we are acknowledging that abortion care, reproductive health care, those are health care issues. And as long as you're a healthcare provider who's doing it in a legal way, following the standard of care, you will be protected. Some people have said, well, this is loopholes for those who are like unscrupulous doctors. We're not protecting those folks. Malpractice is still malpractice. If you're committing crimes, you're still committing crimes. This is very much focused on the legal standard of care practice for reproductive health care.
Thank you. Kelli, is there anything you'd like to add?
Well, I'm so grateful for your leadership in bringing this bill forward, and the many legislators, including my representative, Emma Greenman, who was a co-author, I think, on this bill, and all the work you all are doing in the House of Representatives. Man, y'all are just burning it up. I think the thing that I heard maybe from you at the press conference prior to the vote is this is new law. We are in a new area, and who thought that we would ever have to write laws like these? But the fall of Roe has meant that, of course, other states are creating these barbaric kind of laws. I just heard from a colleague, a clergy person in Texas, that one of their congregants has an ectopic pregnancy, and her doctor has told her they have to wait until she starts bleeding out until they can provide care. Who knew that we would have to write laws like this? But because of the barbaric practices and laws that are being practiced in other states, in Minnesota we have to do that, and I am so proud to be a Minnesotan. And that we can do this. So it matters.
I think it really does. It's, as you said, I said at the press conference, there are a lot of like legal, intellectual conversations we can have about, what does this mean about our state doing something like this, but other states doing something like that. But I think we have to remember at the practical end of the day, people who can give birth are dying in these states that are now saying abortion is illegal. And these are people who want their children sometimes, and unfortunately something goes wrong in medicine. But what laws that we're trying to pass in Minnesota, what we're saying is that we see you as a full person and that you deserve health care. And that if this is the type of health care that you need, you can get it and you don't have to wait until you're almost dead before doctors can intervene. The other piece about that too is like we're going to be a state that will allow doctors to be doctors.
Yeah.
They're not lawyers,
Right.
you know, and they shouldn't have to worry about, well, if I treat my patient with what they need, am I then now going to go to jail? Am I now going to lose my livelihood? And here in Minnesota, we're trying to say no. As long as you're a doctor and you're doing what you're supposed to do, you can keep doing that.
I think it's an interesting piece too between healthcare providers themselves, doctors themselves, and health organizations that they work for, whose attorneys may be saying, you know, you may want to do that thing, but we as the attorney are telling you, you work for this hospital and you can't do it. You know, that's a mess.
Yeah, that's, to me, the stories I've read, I'm just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, if I'm thinking to myself, like, I have to sit in an emergency room or a clinic, and you're telling me I can't get this procedure that you are recommending, but that your attorneys are, I would be like, as an attorney myself, I would be like, nah, let's fight your attorney.
Which, again, that's just not a make sense. Yeah, it's not a make sense thing. We've been talking a lot at the Women's Press about making policies that make sense and all of that. So I think you answered the second question as to the importance of this bill becoming law. And Kelli, you kind of touched on things that are happening in Texas. Can you also offer an overview of the legislation, either of you being passed in other states that are anti-choice, what that means for us, and how really we can work with people in other states and representatives, what we can do as Minnesotans to continue to be a refuge for women who need it, and also if we can kind of touch on talking about this not only as a reproductive health issue and for women, but really a human rights issue.
Well, there's a lot of questions in there, and I think I'll start by naming a couple of organizations that I think are really important to always have on our radar. If you want to know what's happening in other states in their laws right now, the Guttmacher Institute is the place that I go first. Guttmacher.org is the place to go. And they track the laws. There are several other sites that do that, but that's the place that I go. And they also do some international work, and so they tell me what's happening right now. But of course, things are moving very, very quickly, and so people don't always know. I'll answer a part of the question of what people can do right this moment. And I say this a lot. If the most important thing I think we can do right now to help people who want to terminate their pregnancies, who need to come to Minnesota to do so, is to donate to Our Justice. OurJustice.net is the state abortion fund, and they provide logistical and financial support to Minnesotans and people who are trying to get here, transportation, lodging, and support for the procedures itself. When Roe was first overturned, there was this lovely, generous impulse that I heard, mostly from white women, who said, we need to create safe houses, and we need to create a so-called underground railroad for people who are coming from other states. And people who are already working in the issue, mostly people who are led by the frame of reproductive justice, which was first articulated by black women some 30 years ago, said, we're already doing it. Don't reinvent the wheel. If you really want to do something, host a house party. And that maybe doesn't feel like, oh, I'm really giving people a ride. And there may be an opportunity for rides. But when people are coming for care, and that's if you're on the way to for abortion care, or if you're on the way for gender-affirming care, let's say that as well, you're already in a pretty stressful situation. You may be traveling with young children. You don't know if the person you're going to stay with is culturally competent. You don't know if you're gonna, what you're gonna face there. You don't know if it's a safe house for, in terms of cleanliness, whatever. The best thing we can do is support the organizations that are already doing the work. So dollar for dollar, when I want to support this work, I donate to Our Justice Those are a couple things that I can say. That's my big commercial.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that that's excellent. That's, and thank you for bringing that up. I think you're right. After Roe fell and the Dobbs decision came out, a lot of people were saying, oh my gosh, like this, what are we going to do? We got to do this, we got to do that. And, a lot of women of color were like, we've already been doing stuff. So, I thank you for bringing that up because it is true. The mechanisms are there. There are ways to plug in. There are ways to be involved. And there are people who have been in this fight much longer than I have. And I think would appreciate the help and support. So I'll just reiterate that. Overall, I come from the electoral political space. So of course, if, in a state like Minnesota, we are working on passing these laws, but continue to press right now. The path of this bill is it's in the Senate. So continue to press on your senators to say, I know you say you're standing up for reproductive rights. Where are we on this bill? Where are we on other bills? They need to hear from you. But we know that once it gets passed in the Senate, the governor has said that he's going to sign it. So, we're looking forward to that. And continue also talking to your neighbors, writing those stories, changing the narrative. I think one of the things that's really important that I continue to learn for any issue is making sure that we have the right narrative in place so people understand what it is we're trying to do. And in the reproductive health care space, I think a lot of people are, get sort of lost on this idea of protecting the child. And that's important, I believe that. But at the same time, the person who's carrying the child is also a full human being. And we need to protect that person as well. And so I think there's some dialogue that can continue to be had there of understanding that this is not only about this, potentiality of an unborn child, but the full potential of the human that's in front of you. So,
Thank you for that. And I want to just, oh man, I had a brilliant thought.
it's okay. It'll come back.
It will come back.
Yeah, please go ahead. It'll come back.
I hope it comes back because I think you were leading us kind of beautifully into the next question, which is, the House passed this legislation along partisan lines. What is the challenge for Senate approval? And I think also something that comes to mind as I was watching earlier in the year some of the things is how do we begin to talk to our female counterparts who don't have our same view? And also, because what you said is like changing the narrative, right? So how do we begin, because that's what, in terms of what the women's press do is storytelling. And so how do we begin to kind of share that? So maybe there's some commonality, because I do think, again, I kind of take a step back and say, okay, female rights, human rights. And if you're my sister and you're my sister, what can that conversation look like? How can we kind of change the tone?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a big question, big conversation. As someone who has family members who are very much pro-life, right? I kind of, the way I engage with them is like, okay, yeah, pro-life, like, yeah, let's put all the places in life in place so that way we can be pro-life. We can support the kids who are born by making sure they're fed, making sure they have a place to sleep, making sure they have good education, good, recreational opportunities so they're not having to make difficult decisions. Let's be pro-life. Let's support housing for families, making sure it's much more affordable, making sure they can live in the neighborhoods they want to live in.
Gun safety.
Gun safety. Let's be pro-life. Let's talk about how we can, keep guns out of the hands of people who don't need them, and making sure that for people who do have them, that they're abiding by the laws that we have. There's a lot of ways we can be pro-life and support family. I agree. But at the same time, I think we also need to recognize that, for women, for people who can give birth, that is a very personal decision. That is it's the type of decision that you make with your partner, with your family, with your doctor. And, you get a chance to decide how you want to use your body. And I think it's unfair for us as the state to say, well, once you become pregnant, your body is now under the purview of state control. Right. you know? And to me, that doesn't really square with a lot of other spaces in our culture where we're like, you are your own person, you're independent, you do things on your own, right? But here it's like, oh no, you can't do that. And I think just kind of teasing out those things with people, particularly if it's people that you're close to and you love, like, you know, I always encourage people, like, don't go in like defensive, or don't go in trying to make them defensive, but really stop and listen and try to figure out the pieces of, you know, what they really care about, because it's probably also something you really care about too, but you're just approaching it from different sides or different perspectives. And if you can kind of get on that, you sort of start to get to a place where you can have a real conversation about it. And so, like, that's what I do with my family members. And many of them, you know, we're probably a little bit different on it, but they do understand that, no, there has to be a way for the person who is carrying the child to be able to say what they want to do, so.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. And I think the way you've laid out all of these things, all of these issues, every justice issue that you can think of comes under this frame of life-giving, of human rights in a way. And that lines up with this framework of reproductive justice. I mentioned articulated first by Black women about 30 years ago, Loretta Ross and some others. And the framework is the right to have children, the right to not have children, and the right to raise our children in safe and healthy environments. And so when we look at that third pillar, then everything else can become a reproductive justice issue. So climate justice and gun safety and all of the things, economic justice, the things that you named. And so I like to think about it in that way. And when I'm reading about other things that are happening in the Senate, how do those, or in the legislature, let me say, how do all of those relate to the opportunities that people have in society to, as Keith Ellison has said, to captain our own ship? So I think those are some of the ways that I think about human rights. You mentioned, Representative Esther, about telling our narratives. And I think one of the most important things we can do also, especially being able to enter into those conversations with people who, with whom we have something in common, some love that we share, but don't see eye to eye politically. One of the most important things we can do is learn to tell our stories. And I would say that every person in this room and on this planet, whether you have children or not, every one of us, by dint of being human, has a reproductive story. And learning to be able to tell those without shame, without stigma, is liberatory. It was learning to tell my story. I've been working in this work in reproductive freedom for quite a while, and it was only in the last couple of years that I've been able to add the S on abortions, because of that kind of a framework of safe, legal, and rare, right? Rare adds a stigma, and I was no more ready to parent at the time of my second abortion than I was my first, but it took me a while to work past that stigma. And I say, I've told my story a lot, and I've boiled it down to, I am the mom and spouse and daughter and friend and minister and citizen and artist, the human that I am, because I was able to get safe and dignified and compassionate health care in Texas when I needed it back in the day. And I want every person to have that bodily autonomy. Now, were it not for my decision to terminate 2 pregnancies when it was the right decision for me to make, I would not have the daughter that I have now, who will say I'm a pretty good mom, you know? It was the most important decision that I was going to make. So nobody has to agree with my decision, but I have no shame about it, because I've worked through that sense of shame and stigma by telling the story. And I am glad and grateful for my abortions. That's not everyone's story. I know a woman who says, I'm 51% sure I made the right decision. You know, and so it's different for each person on the planet, but we own our stories. And I think the function of authoritarianism, which is the system that's making these laws that say there's exactly one way to be a man and exactly one way to be a woman, and it's only binary. There's only one way for you to be that, and if you step outside that, your body is wrong. Your decisions are wrong. And as a religious leader, I'm not having it. I don't find that anywhere. I think if any God says that, it's not worthy of being called a God, for one. I serve a humanist congregation, and so we're really interested in good public policy and evidence-based outcomes. But I think we have to really look at who's telling us those things that engender shame. And I just think we're not having that. And that's the narrative that we need to counter with love and compassion and all of that. But I'm not having narratives that say you are shameful in who you are. That's not what we do.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
I start preaching.
Yeah, no. That's good. That's okay. Yes. Those are your gifts. We all bring different things to the table. So I think I have a lot of thoughts that I'll come back to for that, and maybe the audience at the end with question and answers, because that was a lot. My brain was going and I wasn't writing things down. So in terms of, you know, Minnesota is the leader for lots of things in this country, some that we're really proud of, some not so great. So would we be the second state after New York to provide this type of protection for providers?
No, actually, we're probably going to be like number 6 or 7.
Okay.
I think Connecticut has passed a law. Delaware, I believe, has a law. Massachusetts.
East Coast.
Yeah, a lot of East Coast states. Oh, and California has one. Yeah. So New York, a bunch of East Coast states, California. Illinois did introduce a bill. I'm not sure how far they've gotten it through their legislative process, but I do think they have some protections in place. So then once we do it, I think, yeah, we would be number 6 or 7, something like that.
Okay. One of the other topics that is at hand right now and that people are talking about is medication-induced abortion. And so if you could kind of give us an overview of where we're at with that right now. My notes were, why is it so controversial? So yeah, if we could talk about that for a little while.
I mean, on why it's so controversial, I guess, you know, I think people are sort of interested in this idea that it can maybe be sent across state lines, or that it's something that people can be doing at home. But my understanding, and again, I'm not a doctor, so anyone who's a doctor can correct the record, but my understanding is it's a medication that you can take early on in the pregnancy to terminate the pregnancy. And a lot of people can take it, you know, on their own, at home, you know, pass the tissue, and then that's it. And so I think it's a great medical advancement, so people aren't always having to go into a clinic for surgery and things like that. And I think it's been helpful for a lot of women and a lot of people who want to take that path to terminate a pregnancy that they know of early on. Again, it's part of the abortion care space. I know that there's an ongoing lawsuit now, I think also out of Texas, that's trying to take away the FDA approval for one of the main drugs in that. Which is interesting because in my other world, I do a lot of work about FDA regulations on tobacco, not so much on food and drugs, but my understanding is that there's actually a administrative process to remove authorization for FDA approvals in the food and drug space, and so it's sort of unclear how much a court case that says this drug is no longer authorized actually affects the authorization or withdrawal of authorization process for the FDA. So I think that will be a long time to kind of parse out, depending on what the judge says in that case. So, I think from that perspective, there's a lot of things going on. What we want to do and what we're hopeful to do, especially with the RFDA, is that hopefully once that gets in place, that can kind of continue to help providers who are here in Minnesota be able to access the tools that they need. I know that there are also a number of pharmacies across the country who are trying to decide if they're going to still carry the drug or not. I'm hopeful that the pharmacies in Minnesota will decide to keep trying it. I think Walgreens in Minnesota caught the ire of Governor Newsom when they said that they weren't, and so I think California is still trying to work that out. But you know, it's unfortunate to see that there are so many forces at work in our country that want to continue to stop people from accessing what they've always been able to access. And again, goes back to the earlier conversation about control. You know, as an American, I never really thought we were a society that was into controlling other people, but then when you read our history, we're very much into controlling other people, so should not be surprised. But at the end of the day, I'm glad that we have fighters around the country who are standing up, saying no, pushing back, and you know, and I'm proud to be part of that fight.
Thank you for that. So mifepristone is the first pill of a 2-pill regimen for medication abortion, and more than 50% of abortions that occur in Minnesota, and I think, I don't know nationwide, it's hard to get that number right now, but more than 50% of abortions in Minnesota occur with medication abortion. It's a public health wonder. It's a wonderful thing that we're able to have this. And as freshman Senator Erin May Quaid is often heard to say, it is safer than Tylenol. It is absolutely a very safe drug. And so, interestingly, since the fall of Roe, Minnesotans have not been affected by lack of access to abortion because of our stronger protections here in the state. If mifepristone is, if the approval is removed from that, and I'm glad to hear what you say about maybe a court case won't do it, that's happy news, but if that approval is removed, it will be the first time that people seeking abortion care in Minnesota are materially affected by it, by the fall of Roe. So that's a thing that's on the horizon. The other bill that is, we hope, working its way through the House and Senate is the Reproductive Freedom Codification Act that will remove some penalties in Minnesota law and some restrictions to abortion access, one of which is felony penalties for physicians and medical providers who provide things that are outside the scope of care. And so it could be that if that passes, Minnesota providers would only face misdemeanor penalties rather than felony penalties if they provide the drugs that are already on, you know, available on the ground here. So I think there's a lot to be worked out about that.
I was reminded of the thing that I was thinking about earlier, which was the intersectionality of all of the things you were talking about.
Yes.
All of the things. And I am aware, I used to work in housing, and so when we talk about wanted children and providing safe space and all of that for them, housing is like one of the first things that comes to my mind, along with mental health and safe and microaggression-free education, which we're working on here in the state. Yes. Yeah. So, you know, as we continue the conversation, I just wanted to say that I know that there are people from all of those places, and so I think the richness, perhaps, in question and answer, you know, as we continue to talk about it, but just thinking about the intersectionality of all of these things. So the next question we really wanted to address was what has successfully and not yet successfully been repealed as restrictions on abortions and where. But kind of in the frame of, you know, are there things, there are a lot of good things, right, in Minnesota. Are there things that we should be more aware of in terms of this conversation or neighboring states?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Reverend Kelly brought up the Reproductive Freedom Codification Act, so that's kind of the third in the plank of the bills that we wanted to do to protect reproductive freedom in Minnesota. So the crux of that bill, as I understand it, and I haven't been following as closely because I've been working on mine, but the crux of that bill, that as I understand it, is actually a response to a recent court case where the judge there said that there are a number of laws on the books, including kind of like waiting times, parental consent, things like that, that are unconstitutional. And so this is the legislature's response to the court decision saying that these laws are unconstitutional, so we want to take them off of our law books. I know that there's some other pieces in the codification bill that people are trying to push through, and I think that's what we're still discussing in both houses of the legislature of how that bill is going to shape out. But my understanding of it is that, I think we're working really hard in Minnesota to kind of address some of those old laws, whether that's through the court system or through the legislative system. And I think we're making a little bit of progress. At least we have the court case now to say that you don't actually need to follow these somewhat archaic, somewhat burdensome laws around seeking abortion care. And so that's hopeful. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I can speak a little bit about this because First Unitarian Society was one of the original plaintiffs on the lawsuit. In Minnesota, we have a 1995 ruling called Doe v. Gomez. And Doe v. Gomez decided that Minnesotans have a right to have an abortion and a right to decide to have an abortion without the government unnecessarily privileging one pregnancy outcome over another. The government couldn't put its thumb on the scale. Nevertheless, lots of laws were passed since Doe that did exactly that. 24-hour waiting period, medically unnecessary and sometimes false, a script that doctors have to read to their patients, which they didn't have to do for any other medical procedure. Two-parent notification for minors, whether or not that minor had a relationship with one or both parents. And the reason that we got involved, there are several of those laws, but we got involved because of the provision that says fetal tissue, whether the result of abortion or miscarriage, must be buried or cremated. And we say that that assumes a level of personhood that we do not, and is an affront to our religious freedom. So that's why First Unitarian Society got involved in the lawsuit. In the summer 2022, just a couple of weeks, I think, after Roe fell and the Dobbs decisions came out, the lawsuit was decided in Ramsey County District Court. It's called Doe v. Minnesota, and it ruled on many of those issues that they were unconstitutional. 24-hour waiting period, parental notification, felony penalties, doctor-mandated script, 3 or 4 of the other ones. Not the fetal tissue law, legal maneuver. I won't go there. So there were a couple of the Attorney General's office said that they were not going to appeal that. There were a couple of interveners who said, we don't like that. We want to appeal, not governmental. And those were ruled they were not going to be able to appeal. I think that's right. So those restrictions have been ruled unconstitutional, but they remain on the books unless a law is passed to take them off the books. Why is that important? In Wisconsin, after Roe fell, they reverted to an 1849 law, a pre-Civil War law that made abortion illegal. You got to get the bad laws off the books. That's what the Codification Act does, is get the bad laws off the books. Because, of course, there could be a new configuration of the Minnesota Supreme Court. Somebody else could bring a case, and it would have a different outcome.
Can you clarify a little bit for those people that are that might push back against, like the parental,
Yes,
that one, and
absolutely.
just clarify
yes,
that? Yes,
and there's been a lot of talk about that one.
Right.
So 90% of minors in Minnesota who seek abortion care get the consent of one or both of their parents. They notify. It's not consent, it's notification. They do that 90% in concert with one or both of their parents. Imagine that you are 16, 13, pregnant and do not wish to be. You perhaps have a difficult or abusive or non-existent relationship with one of your parents, and you have to track down this person to let them know that you're going to do the best thing for your own health care. That's traumatic on top of incredibly stressful. Or you can go as a 13-year-old in front of a judge for a judicial bypass. Imagine you at 13. I know how y'all were at 13. That's how I was. We could hardly stand up. We didn't have any skin on. To stand up in front of a judge and say, I am in this situation and I need to have an abortion and I can't find my parent. Of course, we want families to have the kind of conversation that we would have that. And the government cannot legislate good parenting, cannot mandate that parents be the kind of parents they should be in their lives. I'll just close in that with this. I answered a hotline for a number of years. It was a all options pregnancy hotline, and people could call and talk to a pastor if they wanted to. And I'll never forget a young 16-year-old who said, I need to have an abortion and my dad will kill me. And we were both clear that she was not being hyperbolic, you know? So that's what I say about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. So I am noticing that we have about 10 minutes left. There were a few questions left to address. However, if there are some questions that are coming up or comments, I would love to hear them from you all. I think maybe we'll close with this one, and then if people have stuff. So one, and Mickey, you can also pipe in. And I'm going to talk in terms of hopefulness. So when this act passes and restrictions are repealed, is Minnesota safe forever? Are visitors still welcome here? So kind of imagining the future.
Yeah, I mean, laws are helpful. Laws are helpful. Safe forever, we know that's probably not true. I mean, there will probably be another turning period in our country where there's some other big question that we're facing and, may throw everything into a tailspin again. Part of what came up on the debate on the floor and what we've been talking about is the fact, a lot of people keep pushing on this idea of if we do the Defense Act, then aren't we just saying we're not following the laws of other states? But there have been so many periods of time in our history where there's been big questions where the country has struggled with. And there have been many times where we have not followed the laws of other states. I think one of the big ones is why we had the Civil War. The Fugitive Slave Act, there were a number of states who weren't following that. Gay marriage is another one. There were a number of states that were not respecting marriage licenses from states that did respect the fact that people could love who they loved and marry who they wanted. We see it also kind of in our voting rights. There's different voting laws in every state. If you move from Minnesota to somewhere else, you may not have access to, same-day registration, right? So some of them we respect and some of them we don't based on kind of what the public policies are of different states. And yeah, that can be a question about what this means for, our country and how we all work together. But at the same time, when a court case like Dobbs comes down, it now is kind of throwing into question what it means to the right to travel around the country, the right to engage in commerce around the country. I think these are big questions that us as Americans are going to have to figure out how we want to do it. But what we know in Minnesota and in other states that are passing shield laws like Minnesota is that we want to protect our residents. We want to protect those who we know are doing what we value, what we think is right, and how we can protect more people. And so that is the perspective we come from this. Everything that we've written in this bill is about what takes place in Minnesota. We're not like some of the other states. We're not trying to reach into other people and tell them what to do. But we're saying here in Minnesota, this is what we're going to do. And I think that that's important to remember when people are trying to have this conversation about what this means for the state of laws in our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mickey?
So yeah, we'll have about 5 minutes for any kind of Q&A, and then we're also going to be bringing up the 6 people who are on the next discussion. So let's give it a few minutes to see if anybody here wants to ask anything.
Yes.
Can you supply the bill numbers, HF and SF numbers, for us that are in the process of blizzarding our reps who, yes, mine are good.
Thank you.
Do you have it?
So,
Okay. You got it? Okay, go ahead.
Well, the bill that we've been talking most about is Representative Agbaje's bill, House File 366, which passed the House. Whoop, whoop.
Yes.
That's the Reproductive Freedom Defense Act, and in the Senate, it's Senate File 165, carried by obstetrician Kelli Morrison, Senator Kelli Morrison. And the Reproductive Freedom Codification Act is House File 91 and Senate File 70. So,
thank you.
A couple more on my list. My senator is Dietrich, and who is now recovering. My representative is Sydney Jordan, who has been a sponsor of some of these bills. And I know they support it, but I know that if I send a letter, an email, a postcard, or whatever, this gives them something to wave around and say, my constituents support. So anybody that wonders about contacting, do it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
I would say also that many of us who live here in the Twin Cities, we can count on our progressive senators and representatives to vote in the way we want to. And if you have contacts in greater Minnesota, reaching out to them and having those conversations and saying, you know, we may not align up on some of these things, but here's why this is really important to me. And can we talk about it? And will you reach out to your senator? And here's who it is, and here's who what the bill number is, right? Making it easy for them in greater Minnesota.
Kelly, I love that. Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, I was gonna say like that's excellent. I've had that strategy for other bills I've carried, and sometimes it works because, you know, if people in greater Minnesota are hearing from more of their own constituents that can kind of walk them through this, you know, you never know. We might be able to get 1 or 2 votes from somebody. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll just add just a little bit of data just for people's perspective. Rev Kelly mentioned the Guttmacher Institute. Before Roe v. Wade dropped, the Guttmacher Institute had indicated in 2014 women who were living in rural counties, especially in Montana, Texas, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas, had to travel 180 miles at that point to seek abortion care. And after Roe was overturned, Bloomberg is estimating that Americans in 26 states have to travel 552 miles on average to get an abortion. So again, it's an amazing thing that we live in Minnesota. We have people in greater Minnesota that still have a lot of issues finding the clinics because most of them are in the Twin Cities. So that's also why the medicated induced abortion is also important to protect. So
I want to just add one thing about the bills and the way to keep up with what's happening right now. Unrestrict MN. Unrestrictmn.org is your first place to go in Minnesota for what's happening. That'll let you know the bills, they'll get you in touch with your legislators. Oh, I'll talk about them for a long time. So ask me if you want to know more about unrestricted men.
And just so everybody knows, Women's Foundation is sponsoring our reproductive justice coverage. So we're able to do a conversation like this. We'll be doing a lot more online. Our issue in June is focused on reproductive justice. So we'll be having a lot of stuff at womenspress.com about especially next steps. We'll certainly be tracking how, we have a story ready to roll about some of the opposition to Representative Esther's bill, and sort of what that conversation really does look like for those that haven't been listening closely to the things that she's having to discuss with some of her colleagues. So anyway, with that in mind, it is now 11 o'clock. I'd like to thank the three of you for being part of this first conversation today. And then I'm going to invite the people who are on the next panel to start coming up, and we'll set up the chairs for that. Everybody can take a little break. Again, restrooms are back here. We've got tables in the next room if you like, and we should be ready to roll in just a few minutes. Q&A privately if you like, as long as they're here. Thank you very much. So as I said in the morning, we're gonna at the first session, we're gonna have people that are kind of coming and going today. We've got these scheduled recorded conversations that are also live streamed. So we're gonna be trying to stick to our schedule, our agenda for those people watching from home. We've got 4 of our 6 panelists here. If the other 2 arrive, we'll get them situated. But I wanted to just, again, just get a couple things down for the backdrop for those that haven't seen the issue that came out in March, which featured a lot of the voices that are here. We had from Violence Free Minnesota, we had, which is what Guadalupe Lopez leads, we had a lot of conversation with Nikki Engel, who talked about the fact that there's a criminalization that happens with survivors of domestic violence, either by people being called to their home and then because of the mandatory arrest law that we have in Minnesota, arresting one or both or the wrong parties. We've got Joe Shannon was talking about the fact that we also have, sorry, my phone is somewhere. Oh, sorry. Hang on. That's my daughter's ringtone. Sorry about that. So Joe Shannon was talking about the fact that we aren't even able to track people who have guns, who have been called to homes for domestic violence. And there were a lot of things that in context of conversations we can recognize logically. There's things that we need to solve. There's things that we've never done right around domestic violence, around rape culture, around sex trafficking. So the idea, again, we can bring stories into our pages, but what we really want to be doing, and the reason Minnesota Women's Press and Changemakers Alliance is doing these recorded conversations, live stream conversations, and in-person conversations, is to bring people together in the same room who might work in the same capacity but haven't actually always met, to be able to talk really frankly about what we need to be doing differently to deal with some of these long-term issues. So somebody at Alternatives to Violence Project, which will be part of an afternoon panel, said we do workshops about nonviolence in the women's prison, and almost all of them have histories of abuse. Rachel Asbroth at Mincasa with Artika Roller. The Missing and Murdered African American Women Task Force reported that investing in safe and affordable housing is one of the most important prevention strategies. Disproportionately higher numbers of Black and brown victims are arrested because they're perceived as aggressive or violent. All but one of the 62 Native women interviewed at Shakopee Prison for a research project had been victims of domestic abuse and sexual assault. And Nikki, also at Violence Free Minnesota, said, we've found that on average, 50% of all women who are killed in Minnesota by their intimate partner never went to the legal system for help with the abuse they were experiencing. So to sort of unpack all of that for our community, we've brought these amazing women together who do powerful things. And we're gonna start off with, I'll introduce each of them as they begin to speak, but we're gonna start off with Danielle talking about her story. We featured her in our magazine about 1.5 years ago. We got together for a social hour a couple weeks ago, and she's gonna talk to us a little bit about her own story, where she comes from, and what she's experienced, and what she knows needs to be corrected.
So, good morning.
Oh, there's a microphone.
Good morning. So my name is Danielle Trueblood Lynch, and I am currently a co-facilitator at Goodwill Easter Seals. I am also a playwright. So I'm a survivor of a childhood trauma. And I took that trauma and I buried it inside. As I matured, that trauma matured inside of me. I was able to put a smile on my face and function normally for quite some time. I became a mother, I became a wife, I became a role model. It was as close to normal as I thought I could get. I graduated high school. I worked some really good jobs. One day, I came home and learned that my daughter had been sexually violated. Out of that, there was a confrontation, and I had what they said was a tunnel vision. I couldn't cipher whether or not he was my perpetrator or my daughter's, because I had buried my secret a long time ago, and the past met up with the present. So I did a lot of harm to my victim, and I was sentenced to 57 months at Shakopee Correctional Center. And while I was there, the question, even to this day, it still comes to the surface, and that is, how can incarcerating me solve or cure that old childhood trauma? Because now I'm adding the trauma of being incarcerated on top of that trauma, which brings in more situations, because now I'm incarcerated and I'm having to deal with the stress of my daughter's trauma. There was no doctors in there that I can talk to try to start to unpack the situation. At that time, I realized it would have to be me to start to unpack things. I found my purpose, and my purpose was to unpack the secret, because there were other women surrounding me while I was incarcerated who was dealing with the same issue. they didn't have the strength to start to voice or start to cure their trauma. But I did. And so I wrote a play called Secrets, and it's about my lived experience. And I'm finding out that the more I perform it, that there are so many people who share that same trauma. And they are sitting in their secret and they are silent.
I'll also add that you're headed to DC in a couple weeks, right? Her play is a one-act play festival that's going to be performed at the Kennedy Center. So it's something to be very, very proud of. So next I'm going to ask Guadalupe Lopez, who's the Executive Director of Violence Free Minnesota, to share a bit about her background, what she does, and a lot of what we're asking people on this panel to talk about is what are you hoping to see change in Minnesota policy and support this year, and what are the challenges to that? Not easy to condense into a short bit, but that's where we're at.
Okay. Bonjour, everyone. Jauno Banesi Kwe, Indigenous Cause, Mangandondem. I'm a citizen of Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe. I'm also Pirapecha Indian from Michoacan, Mexico. The reason why I introduce myself in that way, because I think it's very important as Indigenous, Black and Brown women and people, relatives, that we make sure we know where we come from and let people know that we are here. I'm a survivor of child sexual abuse. I'm a survivor of domestic violence. Did not expect to get into advocacy, and became an advocate because I needed to. My mom died and I needed a job, and that was a really quick job to get. And worked in a shelter. Then started to do coalition work. Out of that coalition work became organizing community efforts with my Indigenous urban people and then in Indian country. And became one of the interviewers for the Garden of Truth report that we interviewed 105 of our Native female identified relatives that were used in prostitution and trafficking. And that pretty much changed my life in a lot of ways, and grew and grew and grew. And I am now the Executive Director of Violence Free Minnesota. And I have an amazing team. I'm so proud and happy that Nikki Engel and Joe Shannon were featured in the Women's Press, because they come with a lot of passion and heart and understanding. And so I just celebrated my 1-year anniversary, and the reason why I'm saying that is because I still feel brand new, even though I have lived experience of a whole bunch of stuff. I believe that we're not going to make change until we have survivor voice. I also believe that until we hold up the most marginalized, silent, invisible voice, and they're not centered, we will not make change. I also understand that the habits of white supremacy and the pillars of oppression help us keep each other separated, doing our work, and how that might look. And so how do we do that? How do we do that when those things are so embedded, that racial inequality, that economic justice inequality, the anti-blackness that we all understand and experience, and teaching that amongst not just people who identify as Eurocentric background, but who have more melanated skin. What does that mean for us to come together to do this work? I think that for as far as policy happens, there's a balance, and I'm only going to speak from my truth as brand new into this journey of policy, is that it's kind of navigating the storms. You don't necessarily want to make people mad that have to be your allies, but you got to also make some noise. So where do you sit with that? How do you become your true self stepping into something when you know it's right, versus like, oh, I don't want to say it because maybe I'm going to need their legislator someday and I have to be nice. But I think that if that is something that we have to do, then that is what I was challenged and asked to do. But as a woman of color, I'm going to be very honest, I'm already scared to do that because of the color of my skin, because that I sound like a Latina woman, because I am indigenous, because I am Native. So there's a balance with that. And I do believe that all of us, and historically, there was actually a report written by NEDVC, I believe, of having that majority in this movement has been led by white women. Now that's not a bad thing, but there's going to be habits of white supremacy in there that even I, as a brown indigenous woman, adhere to the habits of white supremacy, and we all do. And what does that mean, and how does that hurt us doing this work together? So trying to decolonize that, trying to uncolonize that, trying to understand what that means. What does that mean to step in, step out, and know when somebody else needs to be held up to the sun, and it's your turn to be the arms to do that? And how do we do that for our community members, especially our survivors who have the most experience, like my relative here, who just introduced herself and what she's doing, and I think it's phenomenal. So with that, I think I could pass. I hope I answered your question. I don't know, I kind of got black out when I have to talk.
Problem, because we'll get introduced to everybody, and then I'll come back with a couple questions. I know I'm going to want to talk about the Survivors Justice Act in particular as well. So Artika Roller, also an honor to have you here from MNCASA. Could you just let everybody know a little bit about what you do, how you got here, and what policy changes and challenges you see?
Yes, good morning or afternoon. My name is Artika Roller. I'm currently the executive director of the Minnesota Coalition Against Sexual Assault, also known as MNCASA. I am here, or how I got here, really on the backs of my ancestors. I am a survivor and a generational survivor of historical trauma, U.S. chattel slavery, the forced migration to the North, living in the North. And so I come here, a long journey of women before me that have set this road and this path for me. I started off as an advocate almost 20 years ago, and I have worked in the anti-sex trafficking movement, and we did a lot of strong policy work, and were able to pass the safe harbor law for youth. We had a conflict at that time in Minnesota that said that youth that were sexually exploited or trafficked were youth that were in need of services. We also had a policy on book that said that they were also juvenile delinquents. And so with a whole coalition of advocates and system folks, we were able to strongly say that in Minnesota, youth that have been trafficked and exploited and used in the act of prostitution were youth that were in need of services. And we continue to work on that act and get money. Minnesota was one of the states that only had money associated with that law that was passed. There were other states that had passed the law, but none of them had allocations and funding for housing and services associated with that. And then I would say, the other thing that I would say around policy, or how I moved through this, is that I was working in the anti-trafficking movement, and there was a policy position open. And we were doing policy, what we call little p, at the grassroots level with communities and neighborhoods that were impacted by quality of life crimes. And then we were doing big policy, moving legislation to make sure that we were eliminating barriers and keeping people safe. So I moved into a policy position, left that organization, and had the ability or the honor to work with some really strong organizations. And I went to Women's Advocates in St. Paul, and they are known as the first domestic violence shelter in the nation to provide services. But we had a small system failure when people of color start accessing those services. it started looking more like corrections, putting practice and policies like, 3 strikes, you're out of programming. And so had to do some trauma-informed work around those practices and align our movement values with the work that we were actually doing. I'm a recovering employee from the county, did a small stint at the county for a little while in the name of child well-being, and then I landed at the Coalition Against Sexual Assault. When we talk about policy, we know that we cannot write into law the things that we need to do to change the lives of victims and survivors of violence. That is one mechanism, but we need to look at a multi-system mechanism to make sure that we're ensuring and providing safety. We need our community activists and advocates to talk about this as well. We need not only law enforcement in place, but we also need care systems and medical systems in place. Black and brown women and other silenced communities are more likely to be criminalized and prosecuted and incarcerated while trying to navigate and survive conditions of violence. I think New York did a study in 1991 that stated Black women were convicted of killing their abusers 2-to-1 versus white women. And so there's a lot that goes into that around the stereotyping of Black and brown women, the expectations of sexuality, the victimization of Black and brown women. So there's a lot that is involved in that we need to unpack as a society and as a community to ensure safety. So I will pass it to Samar, because I could go on for a little bit longer.
And yeah, in addition to coming back to questions of Survivor Justice Act and why that hasn't moved forward, we'll also talk more about the housing piece of things too, and how that factors in. Samar is also, I don't think I've shown the beautiful cover we have from folks at Esperanza United. If you haven't seen it, this is the issue that's out there. Feel free to grab it because there's a lot of good stories in there, including Samar's. Samar, do you want to just describe a bit about who you are, what you do, how you got here, and what you would like to see done and what challenges you're facing?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. I'm Samar Peterson. Currently, I'm the Safe Harbor Division Director for a youth nonprofit organization called The Link. Talk a little bit more about that, but I'm really just excited to be up here and share space with everyone. Especially Miss Artika, who is one of my idols and somebody that I've worked with and worked under for a long time, and she touched a little bit on Safe Harbor. My background really is, so I work with young people, but I started working with adults. And so about 12 years ago, which is in the article there, I really randomly walked into a nonprofit organization, not knowing what the heck I was doing. I needed another job. I was on my own, a lot of things going on, and Miss Benita Carter at Breaking Free gave me an opportunity to start from the ground up. So I was working in transitional housing with women and girls who had been trafficked and exploited, and I was learning that process. I always laugh because I have not always had the best interviews in those organizations, but something has clicked for some reason, and so Miss Benita gave me a chance to start there and learn really how much the work that I was doing related to my life. And so I really believe that doing this work has saved my life. Having people that, at 22, now I understand it looking back, I was a youth. So having people that saw me and said, hey, let's bring her in, let's figure this out, I think was just powerful. And so I really hope my goal is to extend that to other young people that I'm working with. So I went from Breaking Free, I worked there as an advocate, both in transitional housing, permanent housing, facilitating groups at Breaking Free in some of the prisons, women's prisons and things like that. After about 5 years, I went over to the family partnership in Miss Artika. Again, terrible interview. I don't know what it was. Okay, my alarm went off. I was sick. I think my car wasn't working. I might have even been late. I'm not sure. But I came to that interview, and they gave me an opportunity to work there at the Family Partnership, which I learned so much from Ms. Artika. From there, I went over to where I'm at now, the Link. So that was about 7 years ago. I came over to the Link to so the Link is youth and adult led. I came over to help young people design an LGBTQ specific rapid rehousing program, one of the first in the country. And they really designed that. They hired me and we got it done together. It's still in existence, doing just some cool stuff now. After a couple years, I was promoted to Safe Harbor Division Director, just based on some of my experiences at Breaking Free and the Family Partnership. In addition to that, I've also been a juvenile corrections officer for the Hennepin County Juvenile Detention Center. And I grew up a wonderful, beautiful black mom, but who also had her struggles and you know, a lot of homelessness and housing instability, a lot of couch hopping, moving around between here and California, and a dad who is still to this day currently incarcerated. And has pretty much been incarcerated my entire life. But loving parents, love them very much. And so one of the things that's really important to me now in my work is family reunification. I think that, you know, a lot of these systems look at all of these things that are going on and they tear our families apart. But when I'm looking and I'm talking to these kids and I think about my own story, despite a lot of the trauma that's happening, most oftentimes people want to be with their families. They want to be with their moms. They want the help. And so it's really important when we think about policy, I think, to think of really the family dynamic, right? How do we help break generational curses? How do we serve the people that are in front of us, but also understand where it came from and how do we disrupt that? And so when I went from Breaking Free and the Family Partnership over to the Link, my purpose, as I kind of stated earlier, was to move from working specifically with adults to working with young people because of the prevention aspect. I kept, you know, trying to figure out how do I really make an impact? How do we stop this, right? Because what we're seeing laws change, we're seeing services be provided, but we aren't necessarily seeing numbers go down. We're seeing a lot of stuff still happen, so how do we stop that? And so from my perspective, it really starts before those things happen to young people. It starts at the very bottom. How are we having conversations about healthy relationships and consent and, you know, just all of those cool things. I think as far as policy goes, 3 of the things that I want to mention, Ms. Artika already talked about the Safe Harbor law. That is a super important law, one of the things that we're working on right now. I think we have a really an amazing opportunity this year to push some things into effect. But the Safe Harbor law, the Pathways Home Act, and the Homeless Youth Act, I think are kind of the 3 top policies or bills that we're focused on at the Link and in the work that I do. So I definitely say look at those, support those, push those through, you know, help us advocate. Some of the challenges I see, from my perspective, really is it's a lack of awareness. When I go up to the Capitol or even, for example, sit in these spaces, I'm often sad by the fact that the people in my community are not there. And so I think that one of the things in the nonprofit or the professional world we do really well is we share information across the board with each other. But I often feel like our community doesn't have the same access to that information. A lot of our parents don't even know necessarily what trafficking or exploitation is. So how do we prevent it from happening if we're not getting that information into their hands? And so I think that that's one of the biggest things that we can do, as well as I know it was mentioned, Guadalupe talked about, you know, we need to have survivors, we need to have people with lived experiences, particularly a part of this work, but more importantly, in leadership positions. And I think about what the Capitol looks like when I go there. And I think this year has been one of the coolest things to see. Seeing, you know, Representative Keeler and some of those women of color there just doing just some really cool stuff. They make it look fun. The youth were excited. And so this is the first year that I've seen young people really be excited to maybe be a part of that and to say, oh, well, maybe I can do something like this. But I think it's so important to have people with lived experiences there. But more importantly, young people. Again, if we want to prevent these things from happening, we want to, you know, disrupt these cycles, we have to pay attention to what they're saying, because in a few years, they're going to be the ones that have that power and are in control. So I think a lot of folks look at young people as, you know, they're kids, they maybe don't know exactly what's going on in the world, but the reality is they know more than a lot of us. They're out in the streets, they're surviving, they're taking care of themselves. And so when they come into our programs or into our spaces, I think it's really important that we recognize them as the experts. And so I think that that is one of the most important things outside of the typical policy pieces that we can do is put youth into positions, listen to what they're saying, give them access, provide them access, and really, like I said, recognize them as the experts.
And I'm going to have you hang on to the mic because I'm going to ask you another question that I'll ask a couple others as well. But just in terms of the youth perspective, we're starting to talk to other organizations because we're building a statewide coalition with Changemakers Alliance, and we're starting with gender-based violence because it's obviously a statewide issue. One of the things that we want to be able to do is this new idea under that called hometown perspectives, sort of the kinds of challenges and things that you grow up with in your childhood and how it's affected who you are, and having that come specifically from different youth around the state, so that we all, again, get better acquainted. I was actually out in Apple Valley last night to connect with people who, from the, in the non-specific metro area, conversations about the things that they care about. And just being able to have more conversations together is key, and that's kind of why we started Changemakers Alliance. And one of the things, Samar, that you and I had talked about, we were able to talk to 24 different people involved in the gender-based violence issue to put into this magazine, in terms of the high priority solutions and issues that are being talked about. And one of the things that we talked about, especially in the sex trafficking world, is where the lack, and it's certainly related to intimate partner violence too, is how the lack of housing options impacts the prevalence. So could you maybe talk about that, and then certainly you, Guadalupe, as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So our CEO over at the Link is Beth Holger. I'm sure some folks in here know who she is. She really is the policy expert, so I got a little nervous coming here. So one of the things that she says and that we all know is we can continue to provide resources and we can continue to have these conversations, but if a person doesn't have a safe place to live and wake up and be comfortable and feel safe, none of that matters. Because that cycle is going to continue to happen. And so, and it needs to be low barrier. Like, you shouldn't have to be sober to have housing. And there's just such a lack of housing options for people in general. But when we think about our young people and we think about our homelessness population, these are kids. These are, the average age of entry into exploitation and trafficking is 12 to 14 years old. And oftentimes, most of those youth are homeless. They're on the light rail. They're on the streets, downtown in the libraries. They're finding places to be. So if people do not have housing, how do we expect them to be able to move forward? How do we, do that? And so I'll talk a little bit just about kind of what we do at the Link. So we have 3 divisions. We have Safe Harbor, we have Housing and Homeless Services, and we have what used to be called our Juvenile Justice Division, which is now called our Youth Advocacy Division. And those 3 categories, I think, are very intentional because they kind of work in alignment together. In our Safe Harbor programs, we have emergency shelter for minors, 24/7, up to 17 years old, so under 18. We have housing programs, on-site and scattered site housing programs specifically for youth that have been exploited and trafficked. And then we also have a lot of supportive services programs as well. I can't tell you how impactful it is to be able to see young people have their first apartments and learn how to cook a meal, learn how to build community amongst each other, just relax, learn how to just sit down, and watch a movie or have comfortable guests over. But during that time, that is what's keeping them safe. That's what's keeping them from being out in the streets and being recruited and being preyed upon and being able to have access to mental health services and chemical dependency. If you don't have a place to start from, how do you get there? How do you get to any of those places? So I definitely think that if we are not advocating for housing and more housing options or even more shelter placements, then none of this, we're not going to get anywhere, to be honest. We're going to continue to repeat this cycle. So I don't know if that's an answer to your question.
Yes. Guadalupe, and then also, I know, Danelle, we've talked a little bit about what people coming out of incarceration have to deal with, too, to be able to get back on their feet, and if you want to be able to talk as well, go ahead.
So I want to remind people, or if you didn't know, I want to tell you, nobody was homeless on Turtle Island before 1492. Okay, so what does that mean? So I want to just let that sit in your bones and in your blood for a little bit. And now where we are right now, where our relatives, and when I say our relatives, we are all connected, whether they are literally our blood family, our religious family, our spiritual family, all our chosen family, all those things. So it does impact, and your basic needs not being met will create its own trauma on top of people causing harm amongst us. And what does that do? And if we are around the homeless piece, is that well, at Violence Free, one of the initiatives that happened way before I became into this position as executive director was trying to do policy and housing work for the coalition, which was very new to Violence Free, who was once named the Minnesota Coalition for Battered Women. And the executive director at the time was Liz Richards. That current staff at that time understood that was a need. That was something the community, the advocates were saying that the community was requesting, and knowing that there was the intersections between homelessness and domestic violence, homelessness and sex trafficking, homelessness and sexual violence, all of the things really was in a swirl right there, right in front of us. And we can't just silo what those things look like. And I think that it's very new work for this organization to start doing housing policy work and housing strategy work. Right now, we have 2 people at Violence Free, Twyla Olson and Stephanie Saji, who are holding that. And one of the efforts that we are doing is actually taking our culturally specific programs membership of Violence Free and having a housing cohort. If we already understand the most marginalized communities are getting less resourced, less supported, all of the things, then those are the ones that we want to hold closest to the finances and get them the tools and the resources and any kind of monies we can to make sure that they get to help and do that for their community. So we have a housing cohort that involves culturally specific programs. And it's a learning lesson for everything, because we're trying to navigate institutional racism with that. We're trying to institute gatekeeping with funds. We are trying to navigate all of those different things, and also trying to catch up with this community. Historically has not had the resources to get to where. So a lot of times, coming from Indian country or identifying as an indigenous woman, I remember talking to my own community and saying, we are so behind the times. We're not even past this. Well, it was on purpose, okay? It was on purpose we are not caught up. It is on purpose we don't have, and so that's just the community I come from. And what about my, black sisters and my black relatives? What about my Hmong relatives? What about my other Chicana or Latina relatives? And all the ones that are, So I think it's like about being caught up, and then I feel like it's 2020, well, I don't feel like it is 2023. So, but I feel it. And I think I just we know better, let's do better. And I'm like, what is it? We know what it is, and it's embarrassing. Like we just need to do better. And it's not always, it's hard to be a woman of color, always going into spaces where we don't see ourselves all the time, and that's why we need that. Not to say that just because Violence Free now has its first Indigenous identified executive director, all of a sudden it's going to be like this whirlwind of like, oh man, the tokenistic idea that everything's going to be racial, like the equality is going to be different and whatever. And we're trying, but that also means that we need our white allies who are in those positions, because if I don't recognize those allies that really try to listen to indigenous, native issues, our black issues, our relatives who identify as immigrants, if they're not the allies to help support that, when they know they are the person in power, then they are abusing their seat that they're sitting in, and so that is their job. That is their and it's hard to be a voice for everybody. And it's not easily to be done, but we're doing our best, and like, let's keep trying, and yeah, and be a good relative, I guess. I don't.
Well, when I was on the inside, I sat there and I watched a lot of women do the second walk of shame, and when I was able to connect with them, the thing was, they didn't have anywhere to go. So that is a violation, and you're sent back. Currently, I'm working with Goodwill Easter Seals through their reentry program. And what we're finding out is that there's a lot of men in the program currently. So we have a few that have been able to obtain housing, and it's not like a prorated rent, so they have to come out and they have to, grab, 1-2 jobs, or a job that will basically meet the needs of, in order for them to keep their places. We're also finding that there are very few places that will rent to someone with a criminal background. So a lot of people are finding themselves homeless. A lot of people who thought that they will be able to transition to the outside and get back to living with a family relative are finding out that they can't do that because it puts the relative in jeopardy of an eviction. So we're trying to build them up, give them as many current, resources that, we have available to share them with them. We are still in need of a lot of different resources. We have resources at our inner city, metro area, but if we can get them someplace where the rent is affordable, because there's no program that currently that we have that are helping our participants. So the men, they talk about it. We encourage them to get their own and not to just grab a relationship because that person has stable housing. We want them to be able to succeed in their journey. So one of those things are housing.
In our work, one of the things that we're advocating for around policy is crime victim service funding, because many of the women that are incarcerated that come back to community get jobs as advocates. It is a place where we actually will invite, accept, want people with lived experience working in our field, but our field is underfunded. We have a bill right now with all 6 of the coalitions across the state of Minnesota asking for additional funds for crime victim service providers. And those are providers that are on the front line doing direct service for all of the communities that we're talking about. We have not received an increase in funding in over 8 years for crime victim services. And here locally and our rural communities are saying people are leaving the field so they could go work at Walmart. The benefits are better and the pay is higher. That's unexcusable, not acceptable at all. The other thing that's happening is that if we can't pay people to stay in the field, then we have high turnover rates, and we don't have those people with lived experience being able to stay, or they're working 2 or 3 jobs. They're carrying the heavy weight of doing this direct service, and then they have to turn around and go work at the local bar, bartending, being a server, or working at Walmart. The other thing that we have to look at is that we're not asking for surviving wages, we're asking for thriving wages. In order for people to thrive in the work that they're doing, to support their families, to have the benefits to do that. And then the final thing that I will say that's really creating a problem for the housing market, number one, is rent. Rates, paying more for rent than it would cost to buy a house. People wanting, if someone does have a felony or an eviction on their record, they want first month's rent, last month's rent, and additional security deposit. Who can come up with between $5,000 or $10,000 to put down on an apartment? And people find ways, but it's not sustainable. They can't live, and then it creates a cycle of not being housed and having secured housing. And then reentry funds for women in general don't match up to reentry funds. When I was doing groups out at Shakopee, what we were finding out is that the women did not have a place to go to. Their mother or sister might be taking care of their kids, and that's all that they can have in that household based on their lease, what's going on. So they don't have a place to go back to. We see our male counterparts returning, and they may have a partner or a mother or someone else that can take them in because the children are not involved in that scenario. And so really dedicated funds to reentry services is necessary so we can help our citizens come back and be productive in community.
One of the other people that we interviewed in the story, in the magazine issue for March, was a police chief in Mendota Heights, and she talked about the fact that, especially in cases of intimate partner violence, cops should be there as a protective service if somebody needs them, but not as the solution, which is where we've invested most of our funding. Again, the resources for people who are experiencing assault in many different ways, gender-based violence, it's not there in the same way. And again, only half of the people who are experiencing things even get involved with law enforcement. They're either afraid that they themselves will be caught up in the system, being arrested. They certainly don't have trust with the system, and it's as the police chief had said too. It's like if you've been raped and there's a young police chief that you don't know in your house asking you to explain things, and you've got a couple kids there. It's not a safe situation. It's not something anybody wants to put themselves through. So we do need to be investing in other things. And so that's part of, again, what the Changemakers Alliance is hoping to do, is bring all of these different things together that people have been working on in a lot of ways, very underfunded, to see if collectively there's more that we can do. So, and again, one of the things that the police chief, Kelli McCarthy, had said was that, what we need to be doing is investing in the crisis response teams. We need to be investing in the things that can, we're going to be talking this afternoon when we get into some of the solution options, restorative justice options. It's tricky with gender-based violence, certainly, but they're starting to explore that as some things for those that don't want to involve the law enforcement, but need some kind of accountability. The other thing that we'll be talking about this afternoon is how Alternatives to Violence Project is talking to offenders. We've got a video coming up shortly of the Pathways to Family Peace, talking to male offenders also about how you can unlock a few things involved in the behavior so that they stop. Because as so many people that we talk to in these stories have said, a lot of times they don't want their partner shot or jailed. They just want the behavior behaviors to change. So why aren't we investing in that piece? We'll be talking about more of that this afternoon as well. So, and then so we've got about 20 minutes here. I want to ask another specific question. We'll open it up for Q&A, let everybody say anything else that they want to add. Then we will have 3 videos to show. We'll break for a lunch break. We'll have about half an hour. People can connect as need be. Please visit the tablers that we have in the next room who have helped us support this, being able to get together like this. We've got Canvas Health. We've got ERA Minnesota. A big shout out to Family Tree Clinic, who's underwriting our coverage of gender-based violence and all of the stories that are coming from today as well. And we've got, I know I'm forgetting several people. Sabrina Fay has been a long-time advertiser. She's supporting what we're doing today as well. So great thanks to those that are trying to help us build a coalition. You'll also see a Harvard professor who's making some suggestions of ways that she'd love to come into Minnesota and help be part of what she's calling the Bonobo Sisterhood. So, all that said, I want to ask everybody again something related to the fact that one of the things that surprised me, because again, I was learning a lot in the process of these interviews, is that the Survivors Justice Act was presented at least last year by Athena Hollins, did not move ahead. And I've been told that it's not likely to move ahead now either, and I don't quite understand that, because what the Survivors Justice Act would do is if somebody has trauma in their background, that plays into the sentencing guidelines. They've passed it here for veterans who have experienced PTSD, and that gets taken into account, so they go into a different kind of program rather than just simply being incarcerated for their trauma. So, but the Survivors Justice Act, I'd like to have anybody be able to talk about what's the block there? Why is that such a challenge to move through? And then add anything else that you want to do before we open it up to Q&A. Who wants to start?
I can start, even though I will be frank in that the Survivors Justice Act is not something I'm extremely familiar with. What I will say, though, is there's some really cool things I think that we can learn from the youth system. Again, I'm going to talk about the youth all the time, but one of the things, for example, with the Safe Harbor law that Ms. Artika talked about earlier, the Safe Harbor law decriminalized prostitution offenses for young people. What that also did, for example, was young people who are caught up in stings, caught up for what they consider prostitution charges, no longer are accepted, for example, at the JDC, Hennepin County Juvenile Detention Center. They said, well, we're not criminalizing them for their trauma, right? This whole purpose of Safe Harbor is to make sure people get services. And what we see in that system is that it works. Young people are getting, they're coming to passageways over at the Link. They're coming to some of these other organizations, and instead of being criminalized for being assaulted, for being raped, for being sold, they're getting the things that they need, and they're getting older, and they're also, like we kind of talked about, turning into their own advocates and becoming just important people within society. And so I think it's interesting that it has been so complicated to push through. And I think the basis of it is that's by design, right? That's intentional. If we start to change these systems, then that design starts to change, right? And so I think that it's just really interesting that it's so hard to push through, but it really isn't. And so I think it's just about making it happen, getting it done. I absolutely am curious to learn more about it. I've seen it in the issue and kind of done a little bit of research. But I do think that there is evidence that stuff like that works. So there's absolutely no reason, in my opinion, that it shouldn't have already been pushed through.
Artika, you want to go? So I was thinking about it. I was like, what is the block? Well, actually, the block would be the people who are blocking it should be up here talking about what the block is. But because I agree with my young relative here. I also want to say I think that we are really good as humans to say, but we've always done it this way. And we get stuck in that rut. We get stuck with what are the unintended consequences? What if? The what ifs versus let's try it. I think, and it goes, and to me, it goes back to that in the supremacy habits. If it's the either or thinking, or it's right or wrong. It's the dichotic thinking. It's not like both and. It can't hold both pieces at the same time. So it's like you're either right or you're wrong, and there's no in between. So I think that's what scares. And then we have embedded, at this point, I'm like, is it blood memory for people now? Because it's blood memory for me as an Indigenous woman to be scared of law enforcement. And so it's blood memory in my blood to be scared of dentists because of the history of how that has impacted my grandmother, my grandfather, and that DNA passed down, right? So law enforcement, whatever it is. So I think, we know why law enforcement was started. We know why some of these policies and practices that we do were started. It was to maintain control. It was to maintain and control and do power. And it was and we were using race and gender as the reasons why who gets what and who doesn't. So that's my understanding of all of it. Now, we can go ahead and pick and choose what we think of why it won't stop. Well, I don't know enough about it, so I'm not going to move forward with it. Or that could be a point of view. Or another point of view is that, well, you guys fought so hard to have mandatory arrests, and now you're saying you don't want it no more. Why? Okay, well, that was a different time. Now we are at a different place. We know different things. We live differently. We are understanding, and we're trying to really live better as people. Some people are. And so I just want to say that, that's what it feels like to me. I really don't know. And even if we did ask those people who are really blocking this and don't want to move forward with it, I bet you they won't necessarily understand either, because there's probably an embarrassment little nugget kernel in there that has either bias of something that they don't want to share. And that's what we got to get to reconciling and actually undoing the harm that was caused amongst our relatives that through when I introduced myself as a genocide survivor, and as an Indigenous woman and an Anishinaabe woman, I am a genocide survivor, and many of us are in this room. And so that historically has to do something with repairing the harm and living in creating a better community where we can all be seen and heard, and it's not just like the oppression Olympics maybe, or also just who knows what, and if I don't know enough, I shouldn't speak. Like, I love what you said about going to the Capitol. That is our house. As a person who is possibly incarcerated and a survivor, they might not feel like they can go there. You know why? Because we don't see ourselves in those places, and now those places are changing. So, Miigwech.
Guadalupe really summed up what I was thinking as well, that our well-established systems have been put in place to really govern and police brown and black bodies. And when those systems need to change, there's resistance to that. I don't know specifically what the barriers are with getting the law put in place, the bill put in place. But if we know that brown and black bodies are incarcerated, policed at a higher rate, then the perception is that if we change these laws, that will no longer happen. And so there is a resistance. There is this whole law enforcement move, towards or wanting to keep those systems, that law enforcement systems in place. The other thing that I think right now, currently in this time, as Guadalupe has mentioned, is that law enforcement and people that like that law and order continue to say, and the crime rates are going up. So it might not be the climate to move something right now to that will give grace to people that have broken the law. And so I think the climate right now could be one of the reasons, but not an excuse for us to try to change our criminal justice. I'm going to take justice out, our criminal legal system. And so, you know, it's probably timing why it's not moving forward. Although there was a report recently that said the crime rates are decreasing. That just came out a couple of days ago. We will still hear our legislators quote old data to support their reasons why not to move things.
People that was going to be here, Nadia Mohammed, she was part of we did a diversity in politics conversation last fall before the election. We had about 20 different people represented who were running in different races, and Nadia was one of them. She was returning to her city council seat in St. Louis Park. And one of the things that she would speak to is the fact that until she and a few others were on the city council, they had on the books a thing that if you were called even for suspicion of domestic violence and it was creating a noise complaint in the neighborhood, you could be evicted even if you yourself were the victim of domestic violence. That was the solution that was created at the time. And of course, the more diversity we have in politics, the more people we have now at the legislature, which feels really powerful right now, but it's still not percentage-wise anywhere where it needs to be, both in terms of race and gender. But there is obviously progress being made because of the fact that there's more people coming to the table who represent the voices that have never been represented and the experiences. So I wanted to just make sure that we had a little bit of time, but I also want to make a couple announcements for any of the team that's here. Sarah, I know we're going to try to do some giveaways. I don't know if you're ready. When you came in, hopefully, did everybody get a ticket? So we're going to have a giveaway now. We're going to have, or in a little bit, we're going to have another giveaway later today. Do people have tickets? Otherwise, all right. All right, if you don't, you can get one at the front. But we're gonna have we have a couple giveaways. The film festival's coming up. We also have these You Betcha boxes. And so full of sort of Minnesota sample foods. And so we wanna just be able to represent the fact that, you know, you're here on a Saturday that's gonna be a lovely Saturday for Minnesota. And so we do have a couple giveaways. Also, when we break for lunch in a little bit, and I just want to make sure that if anybody from the team is here, which I don't see, I think they're setting up the food, just to make sure that's done. We'll break in a little bit. Sarah's got you want to come up here and do your thing? She's a lot more energetic than I tend to be, and she's more fun to rally the team. And then we'll come back for the Q&A stuff, but we'll do this giveaway real quick first.
All right, what are we doing first?
We have, yep, there's the tickets to the film festival, 2 tickets. I don't even know what's in this You Betcha box, but that's what we're giving away too.
All right. So does everybody have their tickets out? Nice. All right, do you guys have tickets too? Go get it. Go get it. Go get it right now. This is exciting.
It's a little triggering for me. We did a raffle yesterday and I didn't win anything.
Oh. Dang. Okay, well, you know, tell me what your number is quick. No.
Ends in 214.
All right, so the first thing are these, the Independent Film Festival tickets, too. So if you win, you can bring a friend or, you know, an acquaintance, an enemy. I mean, really anybody. You get to choose. That's your choice. We're not going to make you do anything. Okay, so the number is 466-231. Hey, come on up. Or down. Is it up or down when they come to the front? Oh, come on up.
Don't put the person on though. There's still one more.
Yeah, no, I trust you. Like, you're the only person that stood up. I don't think I need to see your ticket. I mean, I think that this is a fairly trustworthy group. I think.
Depends on what's in that box.
I guess. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the You Betcha Botch. This is all stuff that's handcrafted in Minnesota. And, like, food items and delicious. Locavore, it says on the box, which is a fun word. I'm gonna have to start checking tickets. Okay. So the next ticket is 466-209. Hey! Oh my gosh, that section right there. I'm gonna have to shake these up better. Shoot. All right. There you go. Yay! And we're gonna do this again later. We've got 2 more Independent Film Festival tickets and 1 more You Betcha box. So, another chance coming up.
So yes, what we'll wrap up this conversation here with some Q&A. Then we're going to show a couple videos that are, well, I think also super interesting about the ways that we can make some solutions together and what the needs are. So, and then we'll break and have a little food. We'll come back in this room at 1:45. No, 12:45, sorry, it's not that long of a lunch. At 12:45, and then we get into a panel discussion that talks a little bit more about solutions, and then a panel discussion that talks about action steps, next steps, and another giveaway. So, but first I want to open up to any Q&A from the group. Are you guys asking questions, I think? So. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank the panel here for even going down the bench and even talking about the trauma, because I understand very well that trauma is a time travel, right? And you spoke about youth empowerment. Wow. I've been trying to get to that for many, many years, that where people do not understand the power, is in the youth. That is our greatest resource, is the youth. And one of the things is for you to recognize that, hey, listen, those trauma pieces and those survival tips that them young kids have went through and they came out of, those experiences and those lessons are very valuable in all of that healing. You heal through these connections that we have with one another. And I am so, and I'm coming here also really ashamed, that I too have been played a part of causing some damages that dealing with women and relationships and stuff. I too have been abusive in that. And as you stop and you look back, you see the damage and stuff that it has caused to your community and stuff like that. At some point, you have to stop and realize that, hey, look, when I was young, what was these things for? Was anyone there to help me when I was kicked out at 13 years old, and was abandoned, and all those things, and me coming up in the streets and learning these things, not knowing what emotion is, how to connect with one another, and for you guys to sit up here and have this fight, and to continue to fight this fight, and the policies that you guys are still working on. And I look around the room and realize there's very fewer people. A man's here, not supporting this. This is what I'm just shocking to it. So I'm here to tell you, on behalf of the White Bowers, I am here to support this board in anything to kind of uplift, empower, and motivate, and propel our youth to a better position, a better outcome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I actually just want to touch, I know you didn't ask any questions, but something that we talked about, and actually this conversation started a long time at the Family Partnership. I want to mention just how important it is, and I'll speak from a safe harbor lens, but these things are happening to boys as well. So when we are providing these services and we're advocating for these changes, don't forget about our boys. There isn't a prevalence number and there's not a lot of statistics that show it, but the thought is, and what we are seeing is that boys, for example, are trafficked at the same rate as girls. And nobody knows it, right? It's hard to talk about those things, but what happens is they don't get those services, they don't get that support, and we've talked about it with Mr. Samuel Simmons back in the day. Hurt people, right? And so they grow up, and it's an uncomfortable thing to talk about, what it means to support someone who's potentially become a trafficker or a predator or someone that preys upon other people. But if we don't look back and support our boys and at the same rate, again, this is going to continue to happen. So I really appreciate you and the words that you gave us today. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Samar. So proud of you, and she's doing amazing work. And we're also talking about, we see our legislators often talk about victims and touting them as like, victims wouldn't want criminal justice reform. And what we're saying is that we're talking about the same people. We're talking about victims and survivors. We're talking about victims and survivors that happen to be people that are currently incarcerated. We're not talking about different populations of folks. We're talking about the same people.
Okay, great. Other questions? Good? Yes.
My question is, I know we're talking about gender-based violence, but have you ever talked about governmental violence? Because they pass laws and they do not act upon things, but yet that could be considered violence also.
Yep. Good point. I mean, part of it is that the laws that we enact have been part of an entire history of the laws that we enact. One of the things that Diane, who's in the video, talks about is the fact that our U.S. Constitution was created without equality. And we've just perpetuated that. The laws have been made that way. The laws continue to be that way. We don't fix things. One of the things you'll hear her say is that, if intimate partner violence was happening more, more men were being victimized by it, and they are, but if it was more of a men issue, it would be solved. Same thing with our panel this morning, reproductive justice. If we were telling men, you can't take these pills to get an erection, that wouldn't work. But yet there's, and so it's all related. It's very much all related. And again, that's where the diversity of all, people in legislative and other offices, every office needs to be more diverse. So I'm going to let anybody who wants to add anything else, and then we'll show these 3 videos if there's no further questions, and then we'll break for the lunch. Did you want to say something, Artika?
Yes, definitely. So we talk about systems of violence and the harm that systems do. We also have to talk about the nonprofit service delivery system as well that has done violence and that has aligned themselves with systems as well. And then full disclosure, that is my husband, my partner in wellness, Willie Roller. So thank you for asking that question. And I'm going to end. There is a couple of policies that we're looking at. This is a practice and not a policy. We are really, really advocating within the juvenile justice system and also the adult incarcerated system to stop the institutionalized sanctioned rape of using strip searches instead of body scanners. Most of our institutions, if they don't have them, they will have them soon. They'll have body scanners. They could be used to scan for contrabands instead of asking people to take their clothes off, to expose their cavities, to cough. Strip searching is an institutional sanction rape, and so it's a practice that we need to disband. The other thing that we're looking at is some reform to our sexual assault evidentiary kits. You may have heard in 2018 and 19, there was a story that people that had experienced sexual assault, they went through the long process of getting an exam by a SANE nurse, a sexual assault nurse, and those kits weren't tested. They were ending up in storage. That was causing their cases not to move forward. We have went through this process and made a commitment to victims and survivors that we were going to test these kits and where they were going to be tested in a timely manner. We are not currently living up to that promise that we made. Every time that there is a spike in violent crime, which rape is a violent crime, we have put a pause several times on testing of kits. Right now, if someone was sexually assaulted today, their kit may not be analyzed until sometime in November. We're supporting our crime labs and the BCA. We're getting additional funding so they can be able to test these kits in a timely manner, but we're also asking for our legislators to put a mandate, a timeline around getting those done. We're asking for 90 days for those kits to be tested and receiving a little resistance around that. So we're asking for support around that bill as well. This has been a very busy legislative session and we're getting a lot of good things done, but we still have a lot of work that we need to do to ensure safety in our community. That's not correction, law enforcement.
Yes, super. Danelle, do you want to have some parting comments? Not to put you on the spot, but.
Well, I would just like to piggyback off of what she said about the strip searches. There's also for brown and black faces. Once you come into the facility, you're asked to, if you have French braids or cornrows, you're asked to take those out of your hair. And that is a part of our heritage. We're not given, the proper products as well to take care of ourselves on the inside. So, that policy that they have inside needs to change, and I'm not real sure if that's a state policy or because the prisons are, for profit, if it's their policy, because they're not knowledgeable of our culture, our heritage. So that's what they make us do as well. And yes, I would like to see those body scans take place because being a victim of any sexual crime and you're incarcerated and having to, dig up that trigger with no treatment and no cure while you're on the inside is it's a big chunk to have to deal with.
I was just going to add too, again, not to be repetitive, right, but I'm thinking about the things that we can learn from what we're already doing. And so one of the things is, for example, the young people that come into our shelter setting, we're always worried. People are worried about what comes into the shelter. They're worried about what comes into the space, which, makes sense. But the reality is we're not strip searching those people and things are going smoothly, right? So these are the same people that we're serving in the juvenile detention centers or in the jails. So the reality, again, is bringing that access back. But one of the things I wanted to mention, just kind of going back to Willie's question, in addition to that, just that government aspect, we also have to make sure we're not in our nonprofit world perpetuating some of the harm that's been done as well. So I just wanted to throw out quick that there's a, I can't remember the name of it, but the Polaris just did a new report based on the harm that systems are creating or have created for victims of exploitation and trafficking too. So that might be a good resource just for people to look into. I think it's a pretty good report.
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to mention something that one of the panelists was talking about, in as far as prisons and the strip searches and trying to, take away contraband. Okay, so let's say you did have contraband taken away, or you never went into the prison system with contraband. There's still contraband in there. How is it getting in there? How is it getting in there? So people that can come back and forth and whatever. So then if they're going to strip search, well, okay, no, I have to remember the hat that I'm wearing today. So I'm going to say something else. If that, then maybe staff should be, if that's a policy, and if it's continuing to happen to the people, then maybe all staff what would that look like? I guess I'll tell you what, it ain't gonna pass. It will not pass. So thinking about humanity and dehumanizing our relatives, that is one of the processes that's why it's happening. Oh, well, you committed a crime, so now you're not considered human, or your human rights are taken away. Another piece that I wanted to mention a little bit too is that when I noticed about the government, I didn't know that was your husband. That's so awesome. Hi. Was the institutional piece of the way that our children are even in schools. My children went to Crossroads Elementary, a St. Paul public school, and I know that there's many more schools that do this. These little children are literally walked in single file line with their hands behind their back in silence, already prepping them for some kind of, like systematic, like obedience. And I seen that, and I was like mortified seeing my little girl walking down the hallway, proud because she's listening, and her little hands are behind her back, and she's just like walking. And I said, who is making them do that? Who is making 6-year-olds and this is a majority of children of color school, who is making our children walk like that in single file lines with their hands behind their backs? And why? So I think it's like it stems from all those little pieces that is also grooming us to know where our lives are gonna go in the end, of who we belong to, or who cares about us and who doesn't care about us. So it's everywhere. It's just how we have to look at it, take those rose-colored glasses off. We have a lot of privilege in certain places and a lot of privilege we don't have, whether it's your gender, whether it's your race, religion, the color of your skin, however it is. Take your privilege of what you do have privilege over and start paying attention with that eye lens and make a better change for the rest of our community.
Very good. Thank you very much. We're going to show this video now, and I want to just say that, especially reaching out to the live stream audience as well, that we have plans to keep the conversation going, obviously, and to move into the solutions, because that's what Changemakers Alliance is about. How do we lift the stories off the page? Communities know best. Our job as media is just to reveal what needs to be done differently. So we're going to have sign-up sheets here for anybody that wants. I think they're at the registration table. Click off anything that you hear today that you are interested in being part of a team to say, what do we do now? And then for the live stream audience, I'm going to have you just write my colleague, Crystal, Crystal, at womenspress.com. She's our outreach director for statewide movement, and so we're going to, again, keep this conversation going. There's also a QR code at the registration table, as well as our magazine. If you're interested in supporting what Changemakers Alliance is doing, the QR code will take you to our donate page. But if Jacob's ready, I'm going to have this film. There's 3 people on this video put together, and then you guys might see it better if you want to sit. Then thank you very much.
Hi, so my name is Kizzy Copley, executive of Kizzy State Put Services. My work that I do, I deal with domestic violence / victim survivors. So victim survivors are basically women who are being criminally charged who experience domestic violence. One of the things that I really think should happen is that when a law enforcement come on the scene, they make sure that they identify who is actually the abuser in the case. There have been times where I clearly could read through a police report and saw that this woman shouldn't have been charged. And for me, it would be law enforcement just taking time to really step back and listen and really think about who's the abuser in the case and make the proper decision. Or if they don't know clearly, not to charge the woman or charge anyone in the case until they really are clear about who's the abuser at that time. I feel like there's more education out there around domestic and sexual assault. And so I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that law enforcement is like really being intentional about the different domestic and sexual assault cases. I know that the city that I'm in, I really believe that our law enforcement is doing their jobs, and I support our law enforcement. And so I'm just going to say I'm hopeful about that. And a lot of times when you talk to people that's in a situation of domestic abuse, they'll talk about childhood stuff. And you would quickly identify that the first abuse happened during childhood. So I believe that prevention, the early prevention, working with them ahead of time, if they know that they're in a situation where it could possibly get abusive, or they could be either physically abused or become the abuser, why not get up ahead of those things? Why not start talking about some of the concerns, some of the issues that they may be having, or some of the trauma pieces that kind of resonate within themselves? In fact, landlords don't want to rent to people who have domestic abuse calls, let alone charged and convicted. So how do you talk about that when you're renting a house? Or how do you talk about that when you're looking at employment? Because it's not just one issue, there's layers. You know, you become homeless. If the woman is the primary breadwinner of the home who is providing a financial piece, if they're being criminalized for domestic abuse, fighting back or trying to survive, then that's keeping them out of employment, that's keeping them out of housing, that's keeping them from providing for their children, their families. And so that is causing a major ripple effect throughout our state, throughout our cities, throughout our country.
Yeah. So my name is John Heath, and I grew up in Maine. And I'm a childhood survivor of domestic violence, so that really shaped my journey in terms of this work. My sister also experienced domestic abuse in her first marriage. So all that experience, I think, really just kind of propelled me to try to help in this work. I know that as a kid, I didn't see much hope in terms of things changing, and I really wanted to sort of make a difference that way. The other part that really shaped that journey for me was at about 70 years of age, my dad took accountability for his violence and has worked to repair the harm that he did ever since. And so, like, my daughter, who is 22, does not know the same grandfather that I knew, because he has changed so much, and it really it sort of inspired me to realize, like, given the right conditions, people can change. So the majority of men that I have done intakes on for 16 years are childhood survivors of domestic violence. There's 8 years between me and my closest brother, so and the rest are quite a bit older. So it was almost like I was the only child, and because of that, I got to learn how to cook with my mom and spend time doing things with my mom, because my dad would work a lot. And so I feel like that gave me an opportunity to really get to know her, to have her values really sort of, like, you know, sink into me. And she is like the most generous, kind, nonviolent, loving, committed person that I've ever met. So our communities, you know, building coordinated community responses. So not just like creating a class for guys to go to, not just having you know, advocacy services for survivors, but like changing the collective belief system of our communities, right? These guys went to our public schools. They played on our Little League baseball teams. They went to our churches. Our community created the space for them to sort of collect these beliefs that help them to justify battering their partner. Every community has to sort of own that part of it and figure out, how can we do better? How can we change the way that we are viewing people in our community? How can we make it a place where humanity is valued, where we don't believe that there are people with less value? Because I feel like that's the only way that is going to substantially change anything, really. We can work with 10 guys at a time in a class, but there are people lining up right behind them if our communities don't change.
So good afternoon, everyone. I wish I could be there with you, but I'm with you all in spirit. I want to thank Mickey for her interest and encouragement on my book, The Bonobo Sisterhood, Revolution Through Female Alliance. The bonobos, which are a separate species of chimpanzees, actually have a completely different social order. The way that bonobos work, for those many people who don't know, is that if a female bonobo was aggressed upon by a male, she would let out a special cry, and every other female within earshot, whether they know her, like her, or are related to her, immediately come to her aid. And they instantaneously form a coalition, and they fend off the male, and they send him off into isolation for a few days or a couple weeks, depending on how bad the aggression was. And then he comes back to the group. This is important. And they all make up, and he's not aggressive again. And when I heard that, my head exploded, because I had been working on legal policy on violence against women for around over a decade at that point. And I was very eager to find new answers, because law doesn't really cut it for women. The fallacy of the male protection racket is that we're set up to believe that we need male protectors from male aggressors, and we're often really divested of our own knowledge of how powerful we are, physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. A critique of patriarchy is not the same as an indictment of men. An indictment of the system is not the same as an indictment of all the people who operate within that system. And what I hope the book does is call out the system. And the Bonobo Sisterhood is big enough for everyone. And it's really just an alternative to a patriarchal social order. So, and it's not even about crushing patriarchy. It's about lifting up this alternative universe of Bonobo Sisterhood that includes everyone. So the two things that I recommend are, first, that we go in groups to demand law enforcement, that we show up for one another, even if we're strangers, that we know somebody's going to court for an order of protection, we have 5 people who go with her. When she goes to the police station, we have 5 people who go with her. It's much different than when we're individuated, and really get out of the idea that we need men for protection. An interesting and new way to intervene when we think that one of our friends or sisters or relatives is in an abusive relationship, instead of saying to her, you know what, I think you're in an abusive relationship, and here are some resources to help get you out. Because what will she likely say to that? I'm like, fine, that was just a bad day. If you say, I'm going to the self-defense class with 2 other friends, I'm going to pick you up at 7 o'clock on Saturday night. That's a really different thing. And numbers really matter. And social currency really matters. Our Constitution says all men are created equal. And we're taught, well, it doesn't really matter that it didn't mention women. It really matters, okay? It really matters that all laws in our country were made by men and are enforced by men. Let's just change that lens and see what happens if we had a constitution that said all women are created equal. Because the whole system is based on the premise that it's her responsibility to leave. The only institutional reflection that we have in our society of domestic violence, especially in the criminal justice system, is battered women's shelters, which are not run by the government nor barely supported by the government, but the government relies on them to answer the question of what are we supposed to do about domestic violence? Like, why doesn't he leave? Why don't we have a system that's part of the criminal justice system or the civil justice system where he can be in some sort of housing where he gets services and rehabilitation and parenting classes. If it affected men, we would solve this. We're more than half of the population, and we have to demand rights, knowing that we come from a place where we have selves worth defending, and where we have the right and the obligation to defend one another. So the vision is really one of abundance, sharing, and love.
Hi, so my name is Kizzy Copley, executive of Kizzy State Put Services. My work that I do, I deal with domestic violence slash victim survivors. So victim survivors are basically women who are being criminally charged who experience domestic violence. One of the things that I really think should happen is that when a law enforcement come on the scene, they make sure that they identify who is actually the abuser in the case. There have been times where I clearly could read through a police report and saw that this woman shouldn't have been charged. And for me, it would be law enforcement just taking time to really step back and listen and really think about who's the abuser in the case and make the proper decision. Or if they don't know clearly, not to charge the woman or charge anyone in the case until they really are clear about who's the abuser at that time. I feel like there's more education out there around domestic and sexual assault. And so I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that law enforcement is like really being intentional about the different domestic and sexual assault cases. I know that the city that I'm in, I really believe that our law enforcement is doing their jobs, and I support our law enforcement. And so I'm just going to say I'm hopeful about that. And a lot of times when you talk to people that's in a situation of domestic abuse, they'll talk about childhood stuff. And you would quickly identify that the first abuse happened during childhood. So I believe that prevention, the early prevention, working with them ahead of time, if they know that they're in a situation where it could possibly get abusive, or they could be either physically abused or become the abuser, why not get ahead of those things? Why not start talking about some of the concerns, some of the issues that they may be having, or some of the trauma pieces that kind of resonate within themselves? In fact, landlords don't want to rent to people who have domestic abuse calls, let alone charged and convicted. So how do you talk about that when you're renting a house? Or how do you talk about that when you're looking at employment? Because it's not just one issue, there's layers. You know, you become homeless. If the woman is the primary breadwinner of the home who is providing the financial piece, if they're being criminalized for domestic abuse, fighting back or trying to survive, then that's keeping them out of employment, that's keeping them out of housing, that's keeping them from providing for their children, their families. And so that is causing a major ripple effect throughout our state, throughout our cities, throughout our country.
Yeah. So my name is John Heath, and I grew up in Maine. And I'm a childhood survivor of domestic violence, so that really shaped my journey in terms of this work. My sister also experienced domestic abuse in her first marriage. So all that experience, I think, really just kind of propelled me to try to help in this work. I know that as a kid, I didn't see much hope in terms of things changing. And I really wanted to sort of make a difference that way. The other part that really shaped that journey for me was At about 70 years of age, my dad took accountability for his violence and has worked to repair the harm that he did ever since. And so, like my daughter, who is 22, does not know the same grandfather that I knew, because he has changed so much, and it really it sort of inspired me to realize, like, given the right conditions, people can change. So the majority of men that I have done intakes on for 16 years are childhood survivors of domestic violence. There's 8 years between me and my closest brother, so and the rest are quite a bit older. So it was almost like I was the only child, and because of that, I got to learn how to cook with my mom and spend time doing things with my mom, because my dad would work a lot. And so I feel like that gave me an opportunity to really get to know her, to have her values really sort of like, sink into me. And she is like the most generous, kind, nonviolent, loving, committed person that I've ever met. So our communities, building coordinated community responses. So not just like creating a class for guys to go to, not just having, advocacy services for survivors, but like changing the collective belief system of our communities, right? These guys went to our public schools. They played on our Little League baseball teams. They went to our churches. Our community created the space for them to sort of collect these beliefs that help them to justify battering their partner. Every community has to sort of own that part of it and figure out, how can we do better? How can we change the way that we are viewing people in our community? How can we make it a place where humanity is valued, where we don't believe that there are people with less value? Because I feel like that's the only way that is going to substantially change anything, really. We can work with 10 guys at a time in a class, but there are people lining up right behind them if our communities don't change.
So good afternoon, everyone. I wish I could be there with you, but I'm with you all in spirit. I want to thank Mickey for her interest and encouragement on my book, The Bonobo Sisterhood, Revolution Through Female Alliance. The bonobos, which are a separate species of chimpanzees, actually have a completely different social order. And the way that bonobos work, for those many people who don't know, is that if a female bonobo was aggressed upon by a male, she would let out a special cry, and every other female within earshot, whether they know her, like her, or are related to her, immediately come to her aid. And they instantaneously form a coalition, and they fend off the male, and they send him off into isolation for a few days or a couple weeks, depending on how bad the aggression was. And then he comes back to the group. This is important. And they all make up, and he's not aggressive again. And when I heard that, my head exploded, because I had been working on legal policy on violence against women for around over a decade at that point. And I was very eager to find new answers, because law doesn't really cut it for women. The fallacy of the male protection racket is that we're set up to believe that we need male protectors from male aggressors, and we're often really divested of our own knowledge of how powerful we are, physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. A critique of patriarchy is not the same as an indictment of men. An indictment of the system is not the same as an indictment of all the people who operate within that system. And what I hope the book does is call out the system. And the Bonobo Sisterhood is big enough for everyone. And it's really just an alternative to a patriarchal social order. So, and it's not even about crushing patriarchy, it's about lifting up this alternative universe of bonobo sisterhood that includes everyone. So the two things that I recommend are, first, that we go in groups to demand law enforcement, that we show up for one another, even if we're strangers, that we know somebody's going to court for an order of protection, we have 5 people who go with her. When she goes to the police station, we have 5 people who go with her. It's much different than when we're individuated and really get out of the idea that we need men for protection. An interesting and new way to intervene when we think that one of our friends or sisters or relatives is in an abusive relationship, instead of saying to her, you know what, I think you're in an abusive relationship and here are some resources to help get you out. Because what will she likely say to that? I'm like, fine, that was just a bad day. If you say, I'm going to the self-defense class with 2 other friends, I'm going to pick you up at 7 o'clock on Saturday night. That's a really different thing. And numbers really matter. And social currency really matters. Our Constitution says all men are created equal. And we're taught, well, it doesn't really matter that it didn't mention women. It really matters, okay? It really matters that all laws in our country were made by men and are enforced by men. Let's just change that lens and see what happens if we had a constitution that said all women are created equal. Because the whole system is based on the premise that it's her responsibility to leave. The only institutional reflection that we have in our society of domestic violence, especially in the criminal justice system, is battered women's shelters, which are not run by the government nor barely supported by the government, but the government relies on them to answer the question of what are we supposed to do about domestic violence? Why doesn't he leave? Why don't we have a system that's part of the criminal justice system or the civil justice system where he can be in some sort of housing, where he gets services and rehabilitation and parenting classes? If it affected men, we would solve this. We're more than half of the population, and we have to demand rights, knowing that we come from a place where we have selves worth defending and where we have the right and the obligation to defend one another. So the vision is really one of abundance, sharing, and love.
Hi, so my name is Kizzy Copley, executive of Kizzy State Put Services. My work that I do, I deal with domestic violence slash victim survivors. So victim survivors are basically women who are being criminally charged who experience domestic violence. One of the things that I really think should happen is that when a law enforcement come on the scene, they make sure that they identify who is actually the abuser in the case. There have been times where I clearly could read through a police report and saw that this woman shouldn't have been charged. So, and for me, it would be law enforcement just taking time to really step back and listen and really think about who's the abuser in the case and make the proper decision. Or if they don't know clearly, not to charge the woman or charge anyone in the case until they really are clear about who's the abuser at that time. I feel like there's more education out there around domestic and sexual assault. And so I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that law enforcement is like really being intentional about the different domestic and sexual assault cases. I know that the city that I'm in, I really believe that our law enforcement is doing their jobs, and I support our law enforcement. And so I'm just going to say I'm hopeful about that. And a lot of times when you talk to people that's in a situation of domestic abuse, they'll talk about childhood stuff. And you would quickly identify that the first abuse happened during childhood. So I believe that prevention, the early prevention working with them ahead of time. If they know that they're in a situation where it could possibly get abusive, or they could be either physically abused or become the abuser, why not get up ahead of those things? Why not start talking about some of the concerns, some of the issues that they may be having, or some of the trauma pieces that kind of resonate within themselves? In fact, landlords don't want to rent to people who have domestic abuse calls, let alone charged and convicted. So how do you talk about that when you're renting a house, or how do you talk about that when you're looking at employment? Because it's not just one issue, there's layers. You know, you become homeless. If the woman is the primary breadwinner of the home who is providing a financial piece, if they're being criminalized for domestic abuse, fighting back or trying to survive, then that's keeping them out of employment, that's keeping them out of housing, that's keeping them from providing for their children, their families. And so that is causing a major ripple effect throughout our state, throughout our cities, throughout our country.
Yeah. So my name is John Heath, and I grew up in Maine. And I'm a childhood survivor of domestic violence, so that really shaped my journey in terms of this work. My sister also experienced domestic abuse in her first marriage. So all that experience, I think, really just kind of propelled me to try to help in this work. I know that as a kid, I didn't see much hope in terms of things changing. And I really wanted to sort of make a difference that way. The other part that really shaped that journey for me was at about 70 years of age, my dad took accountability for his violence and has worked to repair the harm that he did ever since. And so, like, my daughter, who is 22, does not know the same grandfather that I knew, because he has changed so much, and it really it sort of inspired me to realize, like, given the right conditions, people can change. So the majority of men that I have done intakes on for 16 years are childhood survivors of domestic violence. There's 8 years between me and my closest brother, so and the rest are quite a bit older. So it was almost like I was the only child, and because of that, I got to learn how to cook with my mom and spend time doing things with my mom, because my dad would work a lot. And so I feel like that gave me an opportunity to really get to know her, to have her values really sort of, like, you know, sink into me. And she is like the most generous, kind, nonviolent, loving, committed person that I've ever met. So our communities, you know, building coordinated community responses. So not just like creating a class for guys to go to, not just having you know, advocacy services for survivors, but like changing the collective belief system of our communities, right? These guys went to our public schools. They played on our Little League baseball teams. They went to our churches. Our community created the space for them to sort of collect these beliefs that help them to justify battering their partner. Every community has to sort of own that part of it and figure out, how can we do better? How can we change the way that we are viewing people in our community? How can we make it a place where humanity is valued, where we don't believe that there are people with less value? Because I feel like that's the only way that is going to substantially change anything, really. You know, we can work with, you know, 10 guys at a time in a class, but there are people lining up right behind them if our communities don't change.
So good afternoon, everyone. I wish I could be there with you, but I'm with you all in spirit. I want to thank Mickey for her interest and encouragement on my book, The Bonobo Sisterhood, Revolution Through Female Alliance. The bonobos, which are a separate species of chimpanzees, actually have a completely different social order. And the way that bonobos work, for those many people who don't know, is that if a female bonobo was aggressed upon by a male, she would let out a special cry, and every other female within earshot, whether they know her, like her, or are related to her, immediately come to her aid, and they instantaneously form a coalition, and they fend off the male, and they send him off into isolation for a few days or a couple of weeks, depending on how bad the aggression was. And then he comes back to the group. This is important. And they all make up. And he's not aggressive again. And when I heard that, my head exploded, because I had been working on legal policy on violence against women for around over a decade at that point. And I was very eager to find new answers, because law doesn't really cut it for women. The fallacy of the male protection racket is that we're set up to believe that we need male protectors from male aggressors, and we're often really divested of our own knowledge of how powerful we are, physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. A critique of patriarchy is not the same as an indictment of men. An indictment of the system is not the same as an indictment of all the people who operate within that system. And what I hope the book does is call out the system. And the Bonobo Sisterhood is big enough for everyone. And it's really just an alternative to a patriarchal social order. So, and it's not even about crushing patriarchy. It's about lifting up this alternative universe of Bonobo Sisterhood that includes everyone. So the two things that I recommend are, first, that we go in groups to demand law enforcement, that we show up for one another, even if we're strangers, that we know somebody's going to court for an order of protection, we have 5 people who go with her. When she goes to the police station, we have 5 people who go with her. It's much different than when we're individuated and really get out of the idea that we need men for protection. An interesting and new way to intervene when we think that one of our friends or sisters or relatives is in an abusive relationship, instead of saying to her, you know what, I think you're in an abusive relationship, and here are some resources to help get you out. Because what will she likely say to that? I'm like, fine, that was just a bad day. If you say, I'm going to the self-defense class with 2 other friends, I'm going to pick you up at 7:00 on Saturday night, that's a really different thing. And numbers really matter, and social currency really matters. Our Constitution says all men are created equal. And we're taught, well, it doesn't really matter that it didn't mention women. It really matters, okay? It really matters that all laws in our country were made by men and are enforced by men. Let's just change that lens and see what happens if we had a constitution that said all women are created equal. Because the whole system is based on the premise that it's her responsibility to leave. The only institutional reflection that we have in our society of domestic violence, especially in the criminal justice system, is battered women's shelters, which are not run by the government nor barely supported by the government, but the government relies on them to answer the question of what are we supposed to do about domestic violence? Like, why doesn't he leave? Why don't we have a system that's part of the criminal justice system or the civil justice system where he can be in some sort of housing, where he gets services and rehabilitation and parenting classes? If it affected men, we would solve this. We're more than half of the population, and we have to demand rights knowing that we come from a place where we have selves worth defending, and where we have the right and the obligation to defend one another. So the vision is really one of abundance, sharing, and love.
Hi, so my name is Kizzy Copley, executive of Kizzy State Put Services. My work that I do, I deal with domestic violence slash victim survivors. So victim survivors are basically women who are being criminally charged who experience domestic violence.
Patricia. Too, and we want to make sure that we allow as much time as we can for the mingling. Plus, there are, for those that didn't know, we had a whole bunch of food in the refrigerator that didn't get put out. You can grab snacks if you want, and Tim has told us you can even snack in here. As long as we don't have a food fight, I think it's fine. So, yeah, there's still plenty of food in there that never came out. Cheese and fruit, vegetables, et cetera, et cetera. So, but I do want us to get going, especially for the live stream audience that's watching, so that we can get to the second half of the day, which is related to solutions and next steps. One thing I'll mention is Felix Martinez Paz from Esperanza United, who was going to be here, told me this morning he woke up with COVID symptoms, so he is not here. And I have not seen Katie Nelson, so I don't know that she's here. She was traveling from a distance for this. So anyway, so this part of the day is we're starting to talk a little bit more about the kinds of things that people have who have been working with either focus groups with as an advocate around policy, et cetera, have been learning and focus a bit about the kinds of solutions that we need. So again, the point of Changemakers Alliance is to really bring people into a space so that we're talking together outside of our own organizations, outside of our own issues, around the collective needs that we have. We're all, often fighting for the same kind of resources, the same kind of donations. So the idea is to build the coalition. I find myself very privileged as a journalist to be able to talk to people on a lot of different people about the things that they're doing. And I always think it would be great if we could bring people together to have those conversations. And so that's the kinds of events that we're starting to do. We're also going to do more statewide listening sessions. And we're starting again with gender-based violence because it's prevalent around the entire state. And it's the kind of thing where we haven't had really good solutions for a very long time. I know when I was looking in the archives of Women's Press, which has been around since 1985, we were talking about some of the same solutions decades ago. They were talking about having crisis response teams show up so there wasn't just police showing up in the 80s. It was a brilliant idea then. It didn't get sustainable funding. It disappeared. We're resurrecting it now as if it was a new idea. So the idea is, how do we keep building a sustained effort? And so Changemakers Alliance, we're calling media that makes a difference. As I get towards the later end of my career, I don't want the stories to just be the same stories we see again in 5 years about what the issues and problems are, but that we're actually going to use the media platform that we have to develop some momentum for a statewide effort. The idea behind the recordings today and then live stream to audience is to be able to do more of that. So with that said, I'm going to, before I introduce Patricia and Jessica, I'm going to just throw out a few more quotes that came from the conversation that we were able to have with about 25 advocates in the March issue about diffusing patriarchal violence. Kelli McCarthy, who I mentioned earlier, is police chief in Mendota Heights. She says, "I can't think of any other crime where we punish the victim to the extent that we do in domestic violence. We tell victims of gender-based violence that if you want to feel safe, you need to leave your house." We have Patricia here represents Global Rights for Women. We saw John Heath on the video earlier, and with Melissa, who's also in this issue, we had quotes from men's support groups where until they, I think it was John that indicated that until they see what their comments and thoughts are inside their head written down in front of them, they don't recognize how bad they are. And so here's some of the things that they got from some men's support groups. One of the men in the group who's working on changing his behaviors indicated that the things that were going through his head as the behavior of why he was justified in intimate partner violence says, "We're surviving because of my job, so she should understand that I am trying to survive and support my family. I pay for everything with that job, and she should be grateful that she has a roof over her head because of me. She should know when I'm right, I am right, and I shouldn't have to explain myself." Another guy in the support group says, "I'm a strong guy for my size, and my wife and son know that I have had martial arts training. When they see that I'm upset, they should stay away. They escalated it by not distancing themselves. They got me here in this class. If they had stayed away, I never would have got violent." And then a third said, "I don't like other guys talking to my girlfriend because cheating is the same thing as flirting, and flirting is the same thing as talking. Given the opportunity, all women will cheat. That's just the way it is." So for those of us in the room and those of us watching on live stream, and some of the men that are in these support groups, they recognize that this isn't right thinking, but this is exactly the kind of things that make intimate partner violence and other sexual assault and other things so prevalent, because we do grow up in a culture that makes people think that they're better than others, that they're right, and it's supported in the community. I know. I've heard from people at Global Rights for Women say that they feel supported by people around them, that they're perfectly justified. And that's the piece of the culture that we have to be able to start changing all around the state. So with that as the backdrop, I'm going to introduce again, we've got Patricia from Global Rights for Women, and we've got Jessica from Min 350. They both have different backgrounds in this, and I'm going to just ask them both to explain. Do you have a microphone near you? Okay. So I'm going to start with you, Jessica, if you don't mind. Just talk a little bit about who you are, what you do, why you do it. And then we'll kind of get into some further conversation, but if you want to just start there.
Bonjour, Jessica Giriga-Kuntz-Smith, Indigenous Cause. Hello, my name is Jessica Giriga-Kuntz-Smith. I am a member of the Boys Fort Band of Minnesota Chippewa tribe, and I am the MMIR organizer and legal advocate for Min 350. I have been in my position at Min 350 for coming up on a year now. The reason why I do the work I do is because I am a survivor of childhood trauma, sexual assault, domestic violence, human trafficking, pretty much anything that type of violence somebody can go through. I have been through it. And it brought me into education to where I wanted to pursue my legal studies degree. I'm currently on my last semester of my master's in tribal governance administration. And when I started going back to school to finish my legal studies degree after a 10-year hiatus, and I call it a hiatus, but it was really 10 years of trauma. I really was unsure of what I wanted to do. I was unsure of where I wanted to go in life, and I started researching. I had done extensive research projects on missing and murdered Indigenous people, and throughout that research I started unlocking trauma memories of my own and realizing that I have been through this, I have gone through this. I was a human trafficking victim, and I don't necessarily like to use the word victim, but I have been a victim my entire life, and now I am not only a survivor, but I am a thriver, and I take deep pride in calling myself a cycle breaker, because as Indigenous people, and we have historical and generational trauma that is embedded into our blood and our families and throughout generations. And by me taking control of my life and taking back what power I have within me to create change, I'm ripple affecting within my family. So now my daughter, who was prior, not doing too well in school, she's also a childhood trauma survivor. My daughter is a honor roll student. She is going to the Future Medical Congress in Boston next month, and she's just an incredible young woman, and she is that because I decided to change the cycles of what our family was going through and what our family was experiencing, to take us out of that circle of this is okay to continue to drink and use drugs and do this and still be able to try to hang on to your family and friends. And I wanted to be able to make that shift and change for my family. And it has caused a ripple effect with even more family members and with more of my daughter's friends. And I continue to do that youth advocacy work as well. And although I am the MMIR organizer for Min 350, I wear very, very many hats. And today I'm wearing the hat of a public speaker, but all of this whole last week, I was not only a crisis advocate, a legal advocate, and a lawyer, because I had to speak up in court because my client's lawyer wasn't there for her. So I do a lot of everything, and I try to see what needs to change and what I can do to create that change. And it's really an honor to be here today. It's an honor to be a part of the Changemakers Alliance, and hopefully we get the Bonobo Sisterhood going, because just within this last week I have really, really found the extreme need for that sisterhood and that alliance of people that can help others who are in crisis. Miigwech.
I'll just interject that Felix Martinez Paz, who can't be here today because of COVID, one of the things that he has talked about also is bringing in what we're maybe going to call the Bonobo Brotherhood, because he does work specifically with youth, especially Latina youth, with boys, to be able to talk about redefining what masculinity is. And that's also a part of the conversations that we need to be having statewide. So he's specifically working in the district, I think 146, Apple Valley, Burnsville area. So we're sorry that he couldn't be here today, but there's a very good article with him in this March issue that again kind of talks about some of the cultural shifts that we have to be able to have. So I just wanted to throw that in while we move on to Patricia. So Patricia, again, you know, who are you, what do you do, and how did you get into this work?
Thank you so much. So I'm Patricia Cumby, and I'm the communications manager for Global Rights for Women. And I come to this work probably like a lot of people in this room. I am a rape survivor and feel passionately about the work of advocacy and storytelling. And before I came to Global Rights for Women, I also do creative writing, and I've had a couple books published. One is a rape recovery memoir, and another one is a young adult novel about child sexual abuse. And the young adult novel that I wrote from the perspective of a friend of someone who is being abused, sexually abused. And I wanted to write from that point of view because I feel like so often the onus is on the survivor to speak up. And I feel strongly that as a society, we really need to see the signs of abuse and, you know, not have the responsibility for speaking always on the survivor, you know. So the work that Global Rights for Women does, we're headquartered here in Minneapolis. We are an NGO. We're small and mighty, as we say. And our mission is to end gender-based violence through legal and systems change work. And we work at the invitation of partners overseas, as well as do work here in Minnesota and the United States. And the focus of our organization's mission is really to bring survivor-centered, trauma-informed perspective to law, policy, systems, all of the ways that survivors interface either in formal justice systems as well as informal justice systems. And I would just like to say that it's very much an honor to be here with you today. And I've been very inspired by all the speakers who have spoken today. I've learned so much today and really look forward to having this conversation extend outward in our communities here in Minnesota and globally, because we know that gender-based violence is a global problem, and we all need to work together in our own areas to make change.
Yeah, I was at a global summit in the fall in Washington, D.C., where they brought together, they had fellows that came from all over the world, and there were 4 core issues, but half of the people that were there were coming from countries because of gender-based violence issues and trying to find solutions. It's an incredibly prevalent, and I think in conversation might have been with Melissa at Global Rights for Women, but somebody had indicated that, you know, you think that once upon a time we thought it was an anger management issue, but then you realize, no, they're not blowing up at their coworkers in the same way. And you think, you know, it's some kind of weird psychology of sorts that's common here to the U.S., but it's actually the same psychology in other cultures. And so part of it is, again, you know, the idea of the bonobo sisterhood idea is to figure out how the culture as a whole can start shifting what we find acceptable, what we allow. So that's kind of the, where we're in I consider this very much the starting point of what can we do together. We'll have more conversation this afternoon about some of the solutions. But I want to, I'll start with you, Patricia, and then have you respond also, Jessica, is, what are the types of collective support options? There's individuals, there's families impacted. What do you think in the creative wide world, if we could do what we really needed to and had the funding to do it, what is the kind of collective support that you're seeing either enacted in other countries that's making a difference, or things that you wish we could be doing that we just aren't?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So, when I think about this, I think of it from a systems and global perspective. I think it's just so important, whatever the program is, whatever the policy is, whatever the law is, whatever the assistance or support that is offered to a survivor really needs to come from a survivor-centered place. And we've had literally centuries of individuals and systems saying, this is what you need to do, and prescribing the answer. And that's where so much harm also comes from. So whatever it is, I think when we're looking at our programs and designing them or thinking about how do we want to address this problem, I think first and foremost, going to the people who are experiencing the violence and finding out what they need is core to whatever is supposed to happen. So one of the things that Global Rights for Women has done, and it's just been published in the last year, is we've created a guide called Safe Consulting with Survivors of Gender-Based Violence, which provides advice and a toolkit for, how do we hold focus groups? How do we interview people so we're not reintroducing harm, as well as finding out the critical information that we need to know in order to make change to whatever it is that we're doing on behalf of survivors. So I think that's the first thing. And probably I think so much will really fall out from that particular approach. I also think that it's important to prioritize safety for women and children in whatever approach is also taken. And again, this is another thing where talking to survivors about what that looks like and what that means is so critical. And I think the other thing is accountability for the person that has done harm. I think one of the things that we've seen, especially globally, is that there's very little accountability, in our society as well as our systems when it comes to the abuse that's been done. And I think the other thing that also gets lost in that conversation is looking at the human rights of all of the people involved, including the person who has committed harm. I think it's very important that we look at systems and not recreate the coercive control that we see in intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. And then lastly, I think it's important to have a conversation about justice and what does justice look like. And I think justice is collective as well as personal. And I think that we also need to respect what survivors consider justice for their situation. And in the work of Global Rights for Women, it's also very clear that people's rights are not being respected, and we need to stand up for that. And I think it's okay for survivors to demand justice and accountability from the systems that are supposed to be assisting them. And people want it, and they deserve it. So those are the things that I think are really critical to addressing gender-based violence. And I'll just add one more thing. Global Rights for Women does have a direct service, and that is to work with men. We have men who voluntarily join our groups. We also have men that are court-ordered. And I think the quotes that you shared, Mickey, from the men who've attended the groups and the mind frame that they have, is it's just so important for us to address this at so many levels, starting at our own kitchen tables on up to the institutions that we interact with, because men are not getting the message in a lot of places that this is harmful and abusive behavior. So I think thinking about these issues from that point of view, I think can open up a lot of creativity as well, as in terms of, you know, what people can do in their communities and have these conversations.
With John Heath, also with families for just Pathways to Family Peace with Global Rights for Women, you know, he's seen his own father shift, and as we'll hear in a little while, also there are things that aren't foolproof. I certainly know in my own experience of people that you don't think are actually ever going to be able to change their ways. But there are things that we could be doing differently, and I think in that case, it's a relative who I think hasn't had behavioral conversations in prison. It's just a matter of, you know, changing what we're doing once we've identified somebody that needs help for assault. So the other piece of that is, you know, and Jessica, I'm going to ask you to respond to the piece about, in the conversations that you have with women around the state, what does healing look like for them? What does accountability look like for them? What is justice? That's a very big question, but you know, you do work with a lot of people, and through your own experience, healing, accountability, and justice are not things that we do well at all. So where do we need to start?
Well, I think that looks different for each individual, and that can be looking different for different cultures and races and people. But I mean, in my work specifically, I work a lot with Indigenous women and children, and I also have clients who are Indigenous men. And I think for the healing part of it, the cultural piece is missing from a lot of our services. You know, we can go into a therapist and sit down and try to break out our trauma for a therapist, but when we need to be able to access our traditional medicines like a smudge or sage or sweetgrass to ground us and help us with our emotions, those types of things are unavailable in a lot of those settings. Domestic violence shelters, schools, you know, like there are so many places where you're not allowed to smudge if you need to, and I think that's something that's so simple that can be changed really easily with just changing your mindset, because a little tiny piece of smudge in a smudge bowl is not going to burn down the building. And that's the excuse that we hear from everybody. Oh, it's a fire hazard. No, it's not. So that's something that I really advocate for heavily in any type of space that I'm in is to be able to access that traditional medicine, whatever that looks like for that individual. And as for was healing?
Healing accountability.
Accountability, okay. And accountability, I think, as well, looks different for each individual. And I say that because in many different types of communities, they handle issues differently. We all handled issues differently. But in the Native community, a lot of times I see within our small knitted communities, people often tend to try to silence survivors and push things underneath the rug. And especially if it's family violence and the head of the household is the abuser. Those types of issues that really often come up way too often are very much pushed under the rug. And that is something that I have dealt with in my own life with my daughter's abuse. That was pushed under the rug by her abuser's entire family, and we were isolated from them because of it. And accountability, I think we have to start looking at what's around us, who's around us, and who's paying attention, and who's trying to uplift survivor voices and who's trying to shut them up. And getting on the same page with each other when it comes to, calling out bad behavior or calling out aggressive and abusive behavior, no matter what situation you're in. If somebody were sitting here right now and started getting aggressive and getting angry, nobody would be like, just, sit down, be quiet. We would want that person to be, escorted out of here so that we would all be able to feel safe again. And I think that's something that we need to look at in our individual communities and within our organizations as well, to be able to hold people accountable that aren't necessarily acting in a trauma-informed way, or if they are being biased, or if they are having microaggressions. And those types of things, when you're working with survivors, I think are the most important to pay attention to, the really small things like that, because it's so easy for them to just go, it's easy for them to get away with it. So like I'll use the scenario of the room again. If we had somebody that was just sitting back there and just told the other person right next to him to screw off, and nobody else heard it, then they would probably still be sitting there. So we need to be able to uplift each other's voices. And if you hear somebody who's speaking out that doesn't have a loud voice, sit with them. Sit with them, have a conversation, see what accountability looks like to them and how you can help them uplift their own voice, because survivor voices are very much needed in these spaces and in these movements. They're critical to any type of change.
Thank you. So we're gonna segue pretty soon into the conversation about restorative justice and talking to offenders in prisons. But before we get there, I want to just see if there's any questions that people have, and then if you've got any final comments that you want to be able to add. Q&A. One of the things that I want to just also interject with is the fact that from an accountability standpoint, one of the people that I talked to in the process of the March issue, again, was talking about the fact that we tend to think that there's a one-size-fits-all. We did talk a bit about the mandatory arrest law, which at the time made a lot of sense because a couple decades ago it was treated as this is a private matter. We don't want to interfere with a family argument. So the mandatory arrest law was created as a statute in Minnesota so that there was something that happened because a police person was called. But of course, now we've had more education around things. It's time to kind of adapt what it is. Now people are responding a little bit more informed to situations of intimate partner violence, to rape, but it's of course still not a universally great response. So again, that's where the advocates and the organizers, the nonprofits come into play of like, you know, and now that we have more legislators at the level that we need them at, what is it that we need to be asking for? So one of the things that I think it was Nikki had pointed out in the conversation was that it was a couple decades ago, people were saying, why are we putting all of the resources into law enforcement and trying to educate law enforcement? It's an important piece of the puzzle, but it's not the whole piece. And so that's one of the things that as we go into this next era of dealing with gender-based violence, it's what are those resources that we need? How do we manifest them around the state, not just in the Twin Cities? Again, to that end, I want to just ask both of you in final comments, what from a statewide perspective, and then maybe Patricia, you can also talk from a national, global perspective. What is it that we tend not to invest in that needs to be part of the second wave? What is it that we need to be prepared to fight for that's in addition to what we do with trying to help law enforcement intervene in better ways?
So I think with that question, I would say we need to be investing a lot more in crisis response. You know, just this last week I was a crisis advocate, and I'm not a crisis advocate usually. I'm usually just a legal advocate. I just go to court with people, make them feel safer in the process of court, because the justice system is really re-traumatizing in itself. But because somebody wasn't unable to get a hold of other people and they reached out to me, I put on a crisis worker hat and I helped this person through crisis for almost a week straight around the clock. And I think that those types of resources are very much underfunded, and they need to be a lot more, because my job title is not who I am. You know, if I see a need for something, and I know I can do that, I'm going to step up and do it, because I don't want somebody to sit there and be suicidal or be scared that they're going to lose their house and children, all because they're having a PTSD episode. If I can help them out of that, then I'm going to do that. So I think that with that idea of the bonobo sisterhood, being able to create those networks, you know, when somebody's crying, 5 women or five people come to their rescue and come to their aid and sit with them. That is something that is a beautiful vision that I love to see. But I also really would love to see a lot more people in legal advocacy, or even just court support, because a lot of times there is nobody there. And the court advocates that work in the court system have to abide by the courthouse rules and laws. I do not. I can go to court with somebody and call out the corruption, or I can go to court and call out the re-traumatization that is happening in the systems. I had a case recently where her rape kit was tested almost 11 years sitting on the shelf. 11 years. They took her to get a lineup. She picked her abuser out of a lineup. They took her past the house, and there was a DNA match. All of that 11 years later, and they declined to bring charges. So they re-traumatized this woman after 11 years to only say, no, we're still not going to bring charges. And those are the things that a lot of people that aren't in this work, or that don't understand, you know, how systems work, how deeply they are re-traumatizing our people. And there is no reason for that. Why is there somebody who's testing rape kits 11 years later and then not having the system not do anything about it? And that is something that definitely needs to be addressed and changed, because it's not okay. And I think in the earlier conversation where they're talking about the legislation for a 90-day test kit, I think that needs to be enacted immediately. There should be nobody who has to wait longer than 90 days to have some sort of question or answered, or have some type of justice served. We are a people who are struggling. We're a people who are very much in crisis, in a deep state of depression in this day and age because of the colonization in the system that continues to oppress us.
Yes. You have to follow that.
Yeah, I know. And, you know, I mean, I was just, as you were talking, because we know globally when women take their cases to court, they're the ones on trial, you know, and the victim blaming is often off the charts in so many ways. So what I was going to say about the question that Mickey asked is, you know, what we hear from survivors all over is how incredibly difficult it is to come out of economic oppression that is often exacerbated in the abusive relationship that the person is in. The earlier panelists were talking about the need for housing and childcare and health care. I think these are basic human rights, and without addressing these, like my colleague John Heath said in his video, you know, for every 10 guys I talk to, there's 100 more behind, you know. And I think so often when people think about ending gender-based violence, they think, oh, well, arrest the guy and, you know, the woman will go to the shelter and problem solved, you know. So I think we have a huge job and a role in our communities to help people understand the full impact of all of these things. And I'd like to share a little story with you. I mentioned earlier that I'm a rape survivor, and we have these men's groups, you know, and we're welcome to observe them. And honestly, I dragged my feet for months, like, oh man, I don't want to hear that stuff, you know. So I finally go to a men's group, and I had this epiphany while I was sitting there listening, and I thought, oh, why was I so scared or freaked out to come here? Because these guys are saying stuff that I've heard all my life. And what was different with the men's group was that there were actually people who are professionals facilitating the conversation in order to make change and social shifts in people's thinking. And I think when we think about other things that we want to consider in our communities and funding, it's definitely having these kinds of groups and conversations. I was really heartened to see that after a murder of a Hmong woman, the Hmong community decided, you know what, we're going to have regular conversations about gender-based violence. And yes, I think these are conversations that we should be having everywhere, all the time, especially in our institutions.
Thank you. So I'm gonna have us transition to it's kind of this is a segue to the next piece, which is, how does restorative justice factor in? Is it an option for gender-based violence? Does it hold people accountable? Does it serve the needs of victims? So for that, I'm going to have Michelle Breeden come up, I think solo, because I think Leah and her team, I'll have you guys come up after Michelle's focused on the restorative justice piece. And I want to thank you guys for being part of this conversation. And again, we'll get something going. Thank you. So while Michelle's coming up, I'll read a couple other quotes that came from our March issue. I alluded to some of these earlier today, but Nikki, who's also here, had a lot of good quotes. She says we need to be asking questions like, where is the money for domestic abuse prevention? Where is the state investment in transforming the behavior of those who abuse? Could there be a response akin to what is starting to happen with a mental health crisis, which leads to crisis response teams that are not limited to police presence? Kelli McCarthy, who I talked about earlier, the police chief from Mendota Heights, said, cops don't repair harm. We just hopefully stop things from getting worse in the moment. We need to recognize that, then step away and let other services do what is in their lane of expertise. Joanne Perry with Alternatives to Violence Project said many survivors just want the abuse to stop. They want to be in a loving relationship with that person they were in love with. They don't necessarily want them locked up or dead. So those are a couple of the quotes from the March issue, and now you get to sit here by yourself. Sorry, Michelle. But Michelle has been involved with the Seward Longfellow Restorative Justice movement for a while. I met her a couple years ago. And so I'm going to, again, just ask you to respond to what you've been doing to specifically generate restorative practices in Minneapolis and the vision that you and your colleagues have of creating a statewide movement.
Oh. Hello, everyone. I'm just picturing that I'm not alone, and I think as we all just think about who's influenced us, I guess what I'm picturing right now is a dear friend, colleague, mentor who has departed from this world, Alice Lynch. And I'm just going to picture Alice here on this side, and Gwen Chandler Rivers, both strong women from North Minneapolis who've mentored me in the work, and many of you I know who could be in these chairs as well with me. So I'm thankful to not actually be alone on the stage. So I'm Michelle Breeden with Seward Longfellow Restorative Justice. Seward and Longfellow are two neighborhoods in South Minneapolis. And I came to the work actually through mentorship with Alice Lynch, who probably in like the 90s, there were a group of people who traveled to the Yukon and were trained in peacemaking circles by Tlingit people in the Yukon, including Charles and Harold Gattensby. And so they took what they learned there, really with the blessing of the Gattensby brothers, to say, take what you've learned here, bring it back to your context in Minnesota. And I think that's a good starting point as well, just to name that while I've been working in the restorative justice area for maybe about 20 years. Restorative justice is not a new idea, and I think it comes from indigenous wisdom around the world. Some of those things that I've learned about, just the idea that mistakes are learning opportunities, that individuals might have, done the action, but it's really involving family and community and solutions, I think, are some of the ways that indigenous traditions have influenced what we now call more the contemporary restorative justice movement. So just being really clear, and certainly I'm no expert, I've just been thinking in these frameworks for a couple of decades, and I think we're seeing a resurgence of this interest in restorative justice because it resonates, I think, at the core with so many of us. It brings back wisdom that's really within all of us. I did get a little distracted being alone, so if you could ask
Yeah.
me another question.
No problem. I know one of the things that we've sort of talked about in the past was the fact that restorative justice, especially if you're working with juveniles and things in the community, it seems almost easier to get your hands wrapped around the fact that somebody's done harm. You get them in a conversation circle of some sort, talk about the harm they've caused and how to remedy that. It can feel very different with gender-based violence. And I know you're sort of at the beginning stages of trying to figure out what does restorative justice look like. It's not the easiest thing with gender-based violence because everybody does need and want different things from the process. I'm wondering if, because I know it's not like, oh, here's what you do. Can you just kind of describe where you are in the process of conversations with people about the needs, what people kind of would like to have as an option, but we don't really have?
Sure, thanks. So the work with Seward Longfellow Restorative Justice, yes, it really started almost 20 years ago around giving a response alternative for youth who had broken the law to have an option to use a restorative process instead of go through that legal system process. And so a lot of my experience is around shoplifting, theft, property damage, and using that restorative approach, which I'll explain just briefly, which is restorative justice looking more at what happened, how did it cause harm, what will you do to make things better? And that retributive system we're often more familiar with, that legal system asks what law was broken, who did it, what punishment do they deserve? And so it's just asking different questions. And I think another really important piece of restorative justice is we bring in community, because we acknowledge that these things happen within a community, which means there's community harm, and community has responsibility to make things better as well. So that community piece is always missing in that legal system. So that's a brief description there. I think, as Mickey mentioned, it is different to think about moving this philosophy into gender-based violence, because gender-based violence, we all know, is perpetuated by a patriarchal, sexist, misogynistic system that we live in, of which restorative justice is no panacea for that. Just because we use a restorative process doesn't mean we haven't been just as guilty of the patriarchy, the white supremacy, all of the things that have perpetuated gender-based violence. And so, just to give an example there, I think is having worked with, I've worked with people who have directly harmed another person, a stranger stealing another person's purse, for example. And I think in that context, I've never met with somebody who did that kind of a crime who said, well, this is okay. Or I've never had their parents say, but this is okay, or that's not really a crime, or you can take someone's purse, or if you need money, it's okay. No one has justified that. They might have reasons for why the person did it that day, or the personal experiences and trauma, grief that people were going through in their own lives that led them to that action on that day, but I've never had anybody kind of minimize. Well, we know that's not true. When a person comes and says, I've been hurt by gender-based violence, we might have family members right in the room who say, oh no, but when my son did that, or but what were you doing? You know, we just know immediately we would go to a different conversation. And that's why I think those of us that may feel very, very comfortable in restorative justice spaces have to be very cautious about whether we're actually ready to move into those spaces in gender-based violence, because without just remaining very vigilant, without having good mentors, without having good accountability ourselves, we will bring that same lens into it, and we will begin to perpetuate that same racism, sexism, misogyny, all of the things we know that have perpetuated that gender-based violence. Mm-hmm. So the thinking I've been doing around gender-based violence and restorative justice really started, actually, I was telling Nikki in the audience here, it's our 6-year anniversary. We met 6 years ago at a conference, 6 years as colleagues, that in March of 2017, some folks from out front Minnesota, where Nikki was working at the time, had contacted me wanting to learn more about restorative justice and really think about, again, where this might be helpful for people who had experienced gender-based violence. And that was coming out of calls that they were getting to their crisis line or their hotline,
people saying, I don't want to call the police, for all the reasons people in this room know. I don't want to call the police, but I do want some accountability to this person who harmed me. Also, with the increase in social media, the message boards, the private Facebook groups, growing concern about harm happening within conversations there, or people kind of being canceled on those message boards. But is there a restorative response? What do we do with harm that's happening in those kind of virtual spaces? So 6 years ago, we started having some conversation that really, part of that was about how we know we don't have the resources right now in our community really to give the response that people need who are asking for restorative justice instead of that legal system. And I know at about the same time I was meeting Nikki, we were also at Seward Longfellow Restorative Justice experiencing an increase in interest from people who were calling us to say, I could call the police, or in one instance it was, I did call the police, I've made the report, but I don't want to do the legal process. I want that restorative approach with the person who has harmed me. And so conversations with Nikki and her colleagues at Outfront led to reaching out to some other people, Elsa, who's here today from Mission Inc. And we've just been growing a coalition of folks who want to have this conversation of what do we need in our local context to grow opportunities for people, because I think the most restorative, and it's been mentioned by other people up today, is just being able to ask survivors what they want. Not every survivor wants a restorative approach. Not every survivor wants that restorative approach to look like a one-on-one conversation or a personal conversation with the person who harmed them. But we need to be able to ask, what do they want? And then we need to see that we have those resources. And so I want us to be in a position where every caller who contacts us and says, can you help me with a restorative approach, I can say, yes, we have the resources, or I can refer you here or there, and we're not at that point in this city. We're getting the calls, we're beyond capacity to serve the folks who are calling us, and we don't, and I guess the other piece about that in terms of what's needed is largely this work is pro bono work, because we're not going to ask survivors of violence to pay for their own services for their own healing. And so we're doing this work that's very, very time intensive without payment, which then just puts the burden on when our program doesn't have the capacity. Who am I going to ask to do that work to say, and you'll be volunteering your time to do that? So definitely growing funding. And also maybe just to back up and say, even this idea, and Nikki mentioned it in the March Women's Press, but this idea of not calling the police, this idea of looking to alternatives to the legal system is also not new, and that particularly communities of color, queer communities have been creating these alternatives for a long time, but we're shedding more light on that now. We're getting more kind of public permission, agreement in terms of kind of moving that forward.
Mm-hmm. Super. Well, I'm going to leave it there because I want to make sure that the Alternatives to Violence Project, we already have the other one, but.
Can I say, I'll say a couple quick things about getting involved. So first of all, the restorative justice, gender-based violence conversation led to kind of a research project, and it's a report that's called Challenges and Opportunities to Using Restorative Justice for Gender-Based Violence, and you can find this on our website, the Seward Longfellow Restorative Justice website. That project and talking to advocates around restorative justice and gender-based violence led to a monthly discussion group that we hold online. If you're interested to join that conversation, it's open to anyone who wants to further the conversation about restorative justice options for gender-based violence is welcome to join us. Again, you could contact me through our website and I can get you connected. Elsa and Nikki attend those conversations too, so if you know them, you could connect up with them. And also, I'd be amiss to not mention also this work within Minneapolis around just growing a restorative city, and we're calling it Restorative Minneapolis. And I think when the rape kits were mentioned, it reminded me of a good example of that, which is just, again, to criticize some of what's happening with the rape kits is not to criticize individuals, but the system. as was mentioned by one of the panelists before, but I think it's an example of how we could be more restorative in that approach, that as people's rape kits are being reviewed for the first time in 10 years, they need a phone call that says, what do you need? What do you want? We've failed you. We also haven't heard a public apology that's going to give the rest of us any assurance that if we were to need to complete a rape kit, that ours would be reviewed. So I think there's just opportunity anytime there's harm in our community for us to look at a restorative approach and also a transformative approach, which we didn't get a chance to touch base on. And I'm going to put in a little plug because I know all of our wonderful women of color in the legislature were mentioned earlier. One of them is now Maria Issa representing St. Paul. And Stuart Longfellow of Restorative Justice, we're very fortunate that she's going to do a benefit concert for us. Hook and Ladder, May 4, look it up. Thank you all.
Thank you. So again, as we develop stuff from the recordings today and we do more of the statewide push and connections and from the live stream audience, I want to encourage everybody to, we've got sign-up sheets at the registration table so you can indicate if there's something you want to be part of as we grow. And then also, or email crystal@womenspress.com and say, you know, I want to be involved in whatever comes next. So, so that's a big part of what we're trying to do, is just get the people from around the state who are interested to be part of the next steps. So with that, I'm going to bring up Leia's team. Is it 3 of you or 4, 5, 6? Okay. Well, we have more chairs too.
Just this whole group of people coming up, I think, exemplifies that what we're going to talk about is absolutely a community process that is used, and so it takes a lot of voices to tell the story.
So, and I'm going to move off stage, but I just want to remind everybody that after this session, we'll do another giveaway. We have more food in the next room that didn't get brought out earlier, and then we'll conclude with more conversation about next steps, informally and formally. So, but I'm going to sneak off here. No, but somebody should sit in the middle chair.
I'll go ahead and start with an introduction. So it's an honor to be in this space, and thank you to the Changemakers Alliance for gathering us together. So my name is Leah Robshaw Robinson, and I'm the Executive Director of Friends for a Nonviolent World, also known as FNVW. And FNVW has been putting the principles and practices of nonviolence into action since 1981. We are a volunteer-driven organization, and one of our longest-running programs that we've coordinated is the Alternatives to Violence Project Minnesota chapter, and also known as AVP. So AVP provides, at a very superficial level, conflict transformation workshops in prisons, jails, and in the community. But these AVP workshops are really an example of how the patriarchal norms that we've been discussing today around masculinity that can result in gender-based violence can be shifted. And within a workshop, AVP workshops are experiential, and I think one of the parts that makes them transformational is because they allow for change to happen in relationship, they allow for change to happen over time, and within the context of a supportive and supported community that is grounded in some simple values of respect, cooperation, affirmation, and trust. So I'm going to share a little bit of AVP's history with you, and then I'm going to pass it over to a whole bunch of AVP facilitators and workshop folk who are going to share more about how AVP works in practice. And then we're even going to do an AVP exercise together to get us in relationship and conversation with one another. So AVP got its start in 1970. by a group of people who were incarcerated at Greenhaven Prison in New York State. These folks had witnessed the Attica prison riots, where a number of inmates and correctional officers were killed and injured. And so in addition to that experience, and also there are observations of the revolving door that exists within correctional facilities, where young people would come in with relatively minor offenses, but then would just only to return later with more serious and violent crimes over time in the future. So to address this situation, these inmates and a group of Quakers who were involved with the prison and active in that space worked together to develop nonviolence workshops. And they had involvement with people like Eddie Ellis, civil rights leader Bernard Lafayette, who helped develop some of this curriculum. And the first workshop was offered in 1975 in Greenhaven Prison. The word of the AVP's effectiveness spread, and it has kind of just moved word of mouth all across the United States and actually internationally. AVP workshops are led in a non-hierarchical facilitation model, where when they're offered in prisons, it's both incarcerated and folks on the outside who are community facilitators who co-lead the workshop space. And all facilitators go through a 3-part AVP workshop series as part of their training. So as more and more people who were outside of the prison system got exposed to AVP, the realization was like, this violence is all around. It is not just something that exists within prison system. This is the culture that we are operating in as a society. And so community and youth AVP programs arose. And really, I want to emphasize that AVP and the exercises and practice of what we do in workshops is something that is for all people. It is something that everybody can grow our skills for connection and healing. And that's just something important to remember. So I think I'll just pass it on now to Mike, who's going to talk a little bit more about how what AVP does and how it looks.
So, everyone is so spread out, which is going to make this little exercise a little bit difficult. If you would take your right hand and put it on the left shoulder of the person next to you, if there is such a person there. And now you can let go. So the question is, and we're not going to talk about it much, but how did that feel? And there we go. And that depends on how much trust you have with the people around you and how you feel about yourself. It's just a little bit of an opening to relationships. So Leah said half of what I was going to say. I'm an AVP facilitator. I'm also on the board of FNVW. And we typically conduct these three-day workshops, mostly with incarcerated people, but we're moving more and more into community events. And so it includes transforming power. These little booklets that were handed out to you, they contain within them our guides to transforming power, and they also contain our address and information to contact us, which we hope you do too. And what transforming power is the idea that you're not powerless in the face of violence, that you can do things within your own power to correct situations. And our workshops are based on this idea, plus based on experiential exercises and discussions that help you examine your own behavior, your own way of interacting with other people in an effort to create communities, in an effort to build positive relationships and to challenge the, teach you how to, or not so much teach you, but help examine how you deal with conflict, because conflict is a creative force. And anyway, so we're going to have a discussion. These are all people who have been facilitators over a long time, and discussing how we'll discuss violence, especially gender-based violence, and in particular how the AVP process has helped you, what you've seen, what you've experienced. And I just open up the discussion at this point. Say who you are.
My name is David Islam, and AVP, how has it affected me is that the impact it had on me is that trauma, a lot of things that was said here today is kind of showed me how AVP played a part in it. Because just like the exercise he asked you to do as far as touching the person next to your shoulder, that shows that connection, the trust, because a lot of times we don't trust people. And we lose that trust sometimes because we've been hurt in some type of way, form, or fashion. And once we lose that trust, it's hard to trust people again. And so AVP has helped me to start trusting again, because I have lost trust in a lot of people. Being raised by a single woman. And so going through that, starting to find the good in others, and knowing that everyone is not out to hurt me or hurt anyone else. And so that's kind of how AVP has impacted me on a lot.
Sure, I'll put this thing on. All right, I'm Shay Holt, and I was incarcerated for a number of years, and what it showed me was empathy. And within that, it helps you to understand everybody else's point of view, everybody else's perspectives, where you're not just single-based anymore. Everybody is their own individual. And when you can understand they have as much right to their thought, their love, their everything as you do, it helps you to understand that's where you can help not just yourself change, but others change. You can help be able to pass that on into the next generation, so then it breaks a cycle, because that's what everything is. It's a cycle. And as soon as you know how to break that cycle or help to show others, hey, this cycle can be broken. You can help fix something that you have broken. Because not only have I been a victim, but I have victimized. And true change comes from understanding that you are a victimizer. So that helps others to say, wait, I've done that same thing. But if I've seen somebody else be able to change their thoughts, and not just change their thoughts, but help others change their thoughts, their perspectives, their love, their understandings of everything that they might have thought growing up is not actually what it is, then true change can form from there. Because mine started as a child. I was brought home, and the first introduction that I had to my family was my sister slapped me. I've been sexually abused. I participated in a murder. I took somebody's life. And to really understand that things aren't just what they are. Something started somewhere. Just to know where they started and to do that true self-reflection, that introspective thought, to help, that's where things change. And one of the other things that's really, really sat heavy on me too today was hearing so many different perspectives of violence isn't just physical. Violence is taking something away from somebody, their rights, their thoughts, everything. Like if you take something away, that is a violent act. And when you do that, you're not only taking something away from them, you're taking a piece of their soul. And that perpetuates even more. And without taking too much time, I'm sorry. I'll pass. Yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry, this one doesn't make it.
Well, my name is Tom Levi, and I'm a facilitator with AVP since 2015. And I thank my brothers David and Shay for their renditions from the trench, so to speak. I came into AVP thinking, well, these prisoners are really closed-minded, and they're not going to share, they're not going to open themselves and be vulnerable to opening themselves in a group setting. But I'll give it a try, and the first night, my first time in AVP, it was quite the opposite. They were out there just open. They'd realized violence had gotten them into prison over and over again. A lot of them were repeaters. They're recidivists. And they were saying, I'm doing something wrong. So how can I change that? So the people who, it's all voluntary. We say the first night of our 18 to 22 hour workshop over a weekend, this is voluntary. If someone told you to be here, you're free to go, but you're welcome to stay. And no one gets up, but that starts the process. One of the, and Dr. Bernard Lafayette is a great man. He's still alive. He was affiliated with Martin Luther King in 1960. He drafted a lot of the exercises that we use. He trained the Freedom bus riders. He trained the soda fountain people who sat at the soda fountains in white drugstores while people behind them poured sugar on their head or coffee or milk, and how to be nonviolent. And so that is our whole goal. In these workshops, we do role playing, and the guys love it. They usually do something in the correctional facility with corrections officers and themselves. But it's controlled. It's not something that's out of hand or overly critical. It's meant to just get them involved. We also do between exercises something called light and livelies. It's not all work, work, work. These are little exercises that build community, such as a cool wind blows. You get someone in the middle of the circle, and everyone with a white t-shirt on, stand up. So they all stand up and have to go to a different chair, and the person moves into one of those chairs. So it builds community, and that whole community survives just the weekend workshop and can meet during the week because we train inside facilitators. And both, I think, Shay and David were trained in the system at a workshop that just specifies training facilitators. We're not coming in from the outside and saying, oh, wow. We are coming in saying, we want to work with you and train you and train ourselves. It's been very remarkable for me realizing that we all are one. There is no separation. A separate self is an illusion. And in the groups, that happens to form when people start seeing that themselves. that their brothers are with them and working there with them, trying to do something different. And some of the people who come to these in-house seminars are derided by their cohorts. We'd be walking to lunch up at Moose Lake Correctional, and some of these guys would be coming down the hall, would say, "Oh, you wimp," that it's weak to give up your violence-motivated positions. So there's a lot of work to be done, but having these programs in the prisons is what is vitally important. So I wholly support it and hope more people will become involved.
Hi, my name, I have an AVP name. It is Motivated Maria. In AVP, we choose an adjective to add to our name, something that we aspire to. And so motivation is one of the things that I want to hold on to as I move through my life, staying motivated to do things that are important to me. And this program, AVP, has been very important to me. I've been doing this since 2002 and have had the great pleasure of working with both David and Shay as facilitator. One of my fellow facilitators has said, you know, all of these things that all these programs talk about, AVP has everything. We learn compassion, we learn empathy, we learn to speak from our heart, we learn to listen, we learn to play with some of the games that Tom was talking about. AVP has been just a very powerful influence for me in self-reflection. That's one of the things that we do when we do exercises, that we reflect. And if you think about the connection between nonviolence and reflection, it is huge. I remember a comment that somebody made in the prison. He said the difference between being in here and being out there is 10 seconds. Because if I would have waited 10 seconds, I never would have done what I did. And so I also talk about AVP as a practice. All of our workshops are interactive, so people are, we set up an exercise, so a facilitator sets up the exercise, and then people do this thing, whatever it is, interacting together. And what we are practicing is communication. We are practicing listening. We are practicing empathy. We are practicing reflection. All of these pieces then become incorporated in our lives. And we are, another facilitator I'm quoting, he says, AVP is a quiet revolution. And I really love that idea that each one of us, as we change how we are, and if we change how we interact with the people around us, we really do change the world, one by one. So, and I see that we are over time, so I think we better end right there, but really appreciate being able to talk about this program with you. Thank you.
So there is one more thing I wanted to say that it occurs to me. Maria, by the way, was my mentor, and I had this whole corporate experience, you know, before I retired, in which I always carefully covered my ass because, you know, there's always some judgment somewhere. And that's one of the differences within AVP when we put together programs as a team of facilitators. There is none of that. There is just support. You know, there are things we can do, things we can't, but it is such a supportive environment, and that's like that was a revelation to me, that different model of how to proceed. Anyway, we have an exercise.
I'm going to ask if we have time. Perhaps we don't, because it's past 2:30.
Do we have time to do an exercise?
How long is the exercise? We planned about a 20-minute exercise, so maybe that's kind of over. Well, I'm going to come up for a moment.
So part of it is, again, we want to be mindful of people's time. They did prepare an exercise that would be an indication of the kind of thing that they do. I'm going to suggest that for those that want to and can participate, that we do that now. And then again, we will have a giveaway at the end. For those that are here, we will also still have food on the way out for anybody that wants to grab it, whether you're leaving now or leaving later. But for those that can, I think it would be great to see what they do. Thanks.
So, should I go ahead then, you guys? I think I'm going to just try talking without, can I talk without a microphone? Because I never use a microphone when we do AVP exercises. So, and maybe I'm going to, can I just step down here? Okay. Are we still doing the filming thing?
You look great.
You might still need a microphone, not everybody can hear.
All right, so.
You can bring the portable one by David.
Okay. And you guys should go back in the audience and participate, right? Yeah.
Okay.
So in AVP, when we are not facilitating, we are participants, which makes it really fun. And one of also the rules about AVP is that if you are by yourself, it is not an AVP workshop, because we always facilitate as a team and work as a team, which brings that support that Mike was talking about. So this exercise is called concentric circles, and we're in a really linear space, but we're going to try this anyway. What I would like people to do is just count off 1, 2, 1, 2, and I'm going to have this side do it. And just say your number out loud, and then we'll continue on to this side.
1,
2.
2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1.
2.
And remember your number like this or that, because you'll forget. Okay. We're 2. 1. David, you're a 2? 2. Did I miss somebody? She was 1. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. And you're a photographer. Okay. So I'm going to ask for the ones to circle around. Why don't we do it around this space here? And just space yourselves out around these benches. We're going to do this standing up. If you would like to, once we get started, sit down, just take a chair wherever you are. But the ones stand around the outside here. And I'll tell you, this exercise is interactive, but it's not at all scary. One stand around here, and now I'm going to ask everyone who is a 2 to come stand across from, and I'll demonstrate with you, stand across from a number 1, because you're going to have a conversation. Okay? So number 2s, just stand next to a number 1. And one of my fellow facilitators will stand out if we're unbalanced number. And raise your hand if you still need a partner. Okay. All right. Does everyone have a partner? All right. So I'll ask you to just introduce yourselves, say hello. And the way that this is going to go is that I'm going to ask a question or of you, and we'll have the number 1 person go first. You'll have 2 minutes to talk about this question, and the person who is a number 2, practice your listening skills. If the number 1 person decides to pause, give them that space to think. You don't have to say anything, just be a listener. And then at 2 minutes, we'll ask you to switch, and the number 2 person will speak to the same question. Okay? All right. So the first question, what gender issues have you experienced in your life? And we'll give you 2 minutes to talk about that. Number ones, go ahead. Okay, please wrap up. And we are ready to switch. Now we'll give the people who are number 2 a chance to respond. Raise your hand when you are ready to switch. No, we're number 2s now are going to respond to the same question. Number 2s, please respond. What gender issues have you experienced in your life? And I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, please wrap up your conversation. All right, I'm going to ask you to thank your partners. And now we are going to switch partners. I'm going to ask everybody who is a number one to move one person to your right. Everyone who is a number one, move one person to your right. Okay. Okay. And to say hello to your partner, I think that's happening. And this time we'll have people who are the number two start. The next question I have for you, really it is a statement. A time I witnessed or participated in gender-based violence. A time I witnessed or participated in gender-based violence. And go ahead, number two. You have 2 minutes. Oh, number two goes. Number two first. And please wrap up your conversation. And now we're going to switch partners. So now the number one person is going to speak to a time I witnessed or participated in gender-based violence. Go ahead, number ones. 2 minutes. Okay, wrap up your conversation. And thank your partner. And we are now going to have the number twos. Number two, move one person to your right. Number twos, move one person to your right. And number twos, move one person to your right. We have one more question for you. Yep. All right, thank you. Are we all in place here? We have one more question for you. And this question will have number one start. When have you felt empowered by your gender identity? When have you felt empowered by your gender identity? We'll have number one go first. You have 2 minutes. Okay, and I'll have you wrap up your conversation. And now we're going to switch to number twos. And number twos respond to this question, when have you felt empowered by your gender identity? Number twos, go ahead. Okay, and wrap up. And I'd like everybody to thank your partner. And then I would like people to sit down in this middle section, and we'll just do a few minutes of reflection. And I am sitting down because one of the things that we think about in ABP is to not be a teacher. Because what we have found really over and over and over is that the wisdom is the wisdom of the room. It is not the wisdom of the facilitators. And what you learned just now was not from me. It was from each other. So I just wonder if anybody has any comments about the experience you just had. Yeah.
I just thought this was such a wonderful exercise. Yes, like, you know, our body juices and everything, but those were awesome questions that I think had us work on. Because they really opened a lot of dialogue, and, you know, I met wonderful people because of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so now it's also inspiring new ideas. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Great. Anybody else? Any comments? Yeah. Yes.
I think that this is a great exercise, especially because when we hear, you know, people going through such serious topics, you're like, oh, you're just going to play a game when you're going to talk about this serious topic, but it's not a game. It's learning how to articulate what's going on in your mind and in your life to another individual without having them report back to you. You can't rely on their, you can't just rely on their body language. And even then, you know, so much of your life you learn how to adapt your conversation to what someone else is saying based off their own opinions. And in this exercise, you didn't have that safety net, quote unquote, of how am I going to guide this topic based off the person I'm talking to? What's a safe topic, what's not a safe topic, you know, to go down a rabbit hole into. And so you're pretty vulnerable, and you have to actually think through everything as you go while also making sure you're actively listening. So thank you for that. I would like to support you. No. We're getting pretty deep in here. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Great comments. Yes. Please.
I was struck by the questions, because the questions made me feel like we were all in this together. You know, because everybody was going to be able to answer that question in some way, shape, or form. And also the level of trust that I felt on that one-on-one. So it was great.
All right. Great. Yeah.
I think the second question is like, what did we cause harm? Or did we, or we were witnessing whatever? I had to be dead. I had to pull some truth out of myself, and I was like, I did. Every time I like did what I was taught in society to body shame another female. That's how you cause harm. You know what I mean? All of those things. You know, like the word promiscuous. Like what is that? Where did that? You know what I mean? Like understanding all of those things around sexuality, and it usually was towards women. So, and I was taught that as a learned behavior.
Okay. So I'd like to, just as a little bit of a wrap up, have you think about what skills you just practiced. And I heard listening, and I heard trust, and I heard thinking about my own story. Any other ideas that come to mind?
I don't like that.
What other skills did you practice just now?
I think patience
And maybe the gift also, because when you were a listener, you were giving a gift to your partner. Okay, so that was just a little tiny piece of what AVP is, but it's very expansive, and it is experiential, and it's a really awesome program. So there you have it. So thanks all for doing this exercise.
So thanks everybody for participating. And again, this is just the beginning of what we want to be an ongoing conversation about. How are amazing programs like this able to connect with other amazing programs, so that, you know, again, my spot of privilege is always I get to talk to all of the people that are doing amazing things. How do we connect the dots for people, and especially how do we include the rest of the state in these conversations? So, but again, mindful of time, I want to get to the fun giveaway that Sarah's ready for. We're going to do a giveaway. I want to again invite everybody to reach out to Crystal at womenspress.com if there's something in particular you want to be part of a team on. We'll put more stuff up on womenspress.com from this and send out more invitations for how we can connect the dots. And then I'm sure there's still more food. And again, if you are able to support what we're trying to build statewide, we have a QR code that's, I think, on the registration desk. But with that in mind, I'm going to give the mic back to Sarah to bring the fun energy into the space before we conclude.
I always get to do the fun bits. It's great. It's like, you know, all these serious topics and bodily autonomy and violence and everything. And I'm like, yay, giveaways. So, without further ado. All right, look at your tickets. 466194.
And if they're not here?
Yep, if you're not here, none for you. What? That means we pick again. What? Okay. Yep, snooze you lose, exactly right. 466199. Hey! Whoop, whoop. You're gonna watch some films.
Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. I was trying to make friends with the guy that got him before.
Now you can bring your own friend. Or, you know, maybe somebody that you talked to today. That's all right, too. That'd be fun. Somebody's going to come up to you and make friends. All right, here we go. Once again, digging deep. Okay, you guys ready? Oh my gosh, this is one number after. 466200. Nope. Nope. Gonna draw again. It's a party. What? These are all so close together. Hold on. Okay. Ready? 466235. None for you. Okay. Here we go. All of you people who stayed, you got better odds. This is great. I'm going to keep going. All right. We already know the first three numbers are 466, right? I don't need to keep doing that. All right. 201. What? Yay! You got a You Betcha box. All the things, Minnesota, that are delicious. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Should I say more? You know, we're glad to have you here. We're glad that you want to be part of this community. We're glad for so many people in this room are doing so much good work, and you're making our state better. You're making things better, so thank you. All right.